like and subscribe button. Yes, we're over the watch hours required for monetization. Yes, I'm gonna start slowing down on live streams because I'm waiting for monetization to appear in my updated YouTube page. That way, we can stop doing videos for free. Even though I love making content for you guys, I'll still do it for free. But I'm just interested to see if we'll get paid off this more than anything. I'm kind of interested to see. So today, we got Donald Trump fighting his cases. He's due to court in a couple of weeks, but I guess his court date just got moved back, and he's planning the largest deportation in history, bigger than Roosevelt. So let's see.
That's according to three people familiar with the matter. But Ray was appointed to a 10-year term. People might remember by Mr. Trump himself. This was back in 2017. That would mean he's still got some years left. What more can you tell us about this potential decision?
Well, since that appointment, Savannah, there's been a lot of bad blood between President-elect Trump and these intelligence agencies, particularly the FBI. One of the things that he promised is to clean house at the FBI and the DOJ, and this will likely mean that Christopher Wray is out of a job. He's going to likely pretty dramatically change the staffing at the FBI and the DOJ. That's among his top priorities, Savannah.
Dasha Burns, as always, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you so much. Well, meanwhile, a decision is expected today by the presiding judge here in New York over whether to overturn the jury's guilty verdict in President-elect Trump's hush money case. So Trump was found guilty of 34 felony counts. This was of falsifying business records to conceal payments to porn actress Stormy Daniels. Well, Judge Juan Merchan will also decide if Mr. Trump's sentencing should continue as scheduled. It was set for just a couple of weeks from now, November 26th. If sentencing goes forward, he could face probation, hefty fines, or up to 4 years in prison. Well, Trump's legal team called the verdict into question. This is after the Supreme Court decision just happened back in July. It gives presidents some level of immunity for official acts. To help break this all down, we are joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savelis. Danny, good morning. So lots of what-ifs we're going to go through here. I'll get to that whole piece of the immunity aspect of it and how that could impact in just a moment. But first, let's just start with, what's the likelihood that Judge Merchan just does side with President-elect Trump and this is overturned?
Okay, so we're talking first, we have today possibly that the judge may actually dismiss the case. There was a lot of focus on sentencing, but this case may never make it to sentencing because first the judge is going to decide whether or not the immunity decision by the Supreme Court means that there is no case at all, and the guilty verdict, including that guilty verdict, would also be gone if he dismisses it. If he does not, and it proceeds to sentencing, then I think a very low likelihood that he's incarcerated. But let's just talk briefly about the immunity decision. Here is what Justice Merchan is not deciding today. What he is not deciding is whether or not paying off an adult film star is an official presidential act. In fact, Trump's team isn't really even arguing that. They're arguing something a little more nuanced, which is that based on the Supreme Court's immunity decision, there's also certain evidence you can't bring in a criminal prosecution. And some of that evidence, even though Michael Cohen paid off Stormy Daniels...
Guys, the Mike Tyson versus the Jake Paul fight.
He reimbursed Michael Cohen from the White House, and the DA's office called as witnesses some of the people, Madeleine Westerhout, people that worked for Trump, and introduced evidence that was generated during his time in the White House. And what the defense is arguing is that you can't even use that evidence against a former president. Now, some of that evidence is something like tweets from his real Donald Trump account, which went to everybody and was no secret to anyone. So there is a close call here, and the close call is whether or not that conduct, whether or not all conduct after someone is in the White House is presumptively official conduct that cannot be used as evidence. And the immunity decision didn't really give us a clear guideline on how that works.
So just walk us through what does happen if the case is dismissed. What does that look like?
It goes away. Now, that is appealable by the DA's office, but the case goes away. There is no sentencing. His conviction is vacated. It's as if he was never convicted.
Is there a world where he could be retried?
Well, here's the way that would work. It depends on what the judge decides. If he throws out all that evidence in theory and vacates the conviction, when a conviction is vacated, double jeopardy does not apply. Not always. I mean, there are exceptions, but double jeopardy doesn't always apply. So in theory, he could be retried, but they would have to remove that evidence. That is one possibility, but either way, if it is vacated, you can expect that the DA's office will appeal to the extent they can. And since it involves the immunity decision, it's possible that this appeal could end up back at the U.S. Supreme Court.
Right. I love how you always play ball with giving us predictions. What do you think is more likely here? That he does dismiss it or that he does not?
That is a really tough one. I think some of the procedural things the judge has done indicates that he's seriously considering it. The fact that he pushed off all these decisions until after the election and that he's issuing a written opinion. Just generally speaking, if a judge is going to issue a written opinion, it means he's really thought about it. When you could see a world where the judge looked at this and said, okay, you called Madeleine Westerhout, you called Hope Hicks, those are White House employees, but let's go back to the core. This is about a personal payment to a personal attorney for a repayment to a porn star. No official conduct. And that's really what the DA's office is arguing. This really could go either way. But if the case goes to sentencing, I will make a prediction. He doesn't go to prison.
So let's talk through that. So the purpose of sentencing is to hear, okay, well, what's ultimately the punishment here? If this is not dismissed, does that continue just a few weeks from now? While he's also, by the way, in the middle of, selecting his cabinet on November 26th, as previously planned. And what does that mean? What does sentencing look like if it's not dismissed? We move forward with that, but he doesn't go to prison.
Great question. I would expect that the defense at least might seek what's called an adjournment, pushing off this sentencing and pushing it off for 4 years, magically, until Trump is out of office. But if it goes forward, I believe he will not get a sentence of incarceration, and here's why. This is barely a felony. It is a Class E felony, and it was only elevated that way because of an aggravating theory posed by the government. Second, you have all the factors. Now, again, I look at this as sentencing as a criminal defense attorney and think about all the cases that come before a New York City Supreme Court justice: murder, arson, rape, robbery, all these other things. You've got nonviolent, no guns, no drugs, first-time offender. The offender is over 70 years old. You have almost every argument for a non-incarceration sentence. The strongest argument for incarceration is that Trump annoyed the heck out of the judge throughout the trial, which is a non-zero factor that the judge will probably consider. But every other factor is in favor of a probation-only type sentence.
Danny Savalos, we appreciate it. Lots to talk about as we get more information today. Thank you. Well, this morning, while we are still waiting to see which party controls the House of Representatives, we're getting a clearer picture of the final makeup of the Senate. This is after NBC News projected that Democratic candidate Ruben Gallego is the winner of Arizona's Senate race. Gallego will be the border state's first.
Guys, go check out the leaked Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul video on my channel. Leaked fight. Mike Tyson, guys, versus Jake Paul. Leaked on my channel. Most recent video on my channel. Go check it out now. Hit the like and subscribe button. Pre-recorded in the Netflix studio.
We're actually seeing this fascinating story start to emerge about senators, including Democrats like Gallego, but also just to the west of him in Nevada, the fact that Jackie Rosen is likely to be able to keep her seat. All of these are kind of the telltale signs, if you will, that even though Trump had a wave in his favor, there were voters who were willing to entertain the idea of ticket splitting. And so that's certainly what we saw in places like Arizona. If I still had that magic wall, magic big board still behind me, I would be able to show you the way in which he did it, because I imagine it went to places like Maricopa County in the Phoenix area where Gallego was able to run up the score even as Trump managed to win there. But that was really because Gallego tried to go in a nonpartisan fashion and try to pick up not just Democrats who want to hear his message as a Democrat, but also Republicans who might be reluctant to vote for Gary Lake, in large part those McCain Republicans that still exist in Arizona. Lake was struggling to pick those up. Gallego was eager to do that, though, and that's likely the story of how he was able to win this seat and come to Washington.
You killed it with the board, by the way. It was so fun to see you doing that. Let's talk about another Senate race, because we know
I can just imagine it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, here's Maricopa. We know the Republicans have won the Senate. We've been talking about that a lot, but there is still a race that NBC News hasn't called. It is an all-important Pennsylvania. We do have the Republican candidate, though, Dave McCormick, declaring victory. But what's going on here? How close is this?
We're watching the Bob Casey campaign. Casey, of course, the incumbent senator there, say, let's wait, let's count all the votes, let's be patient. Republicans, though, including McCormick, are saying this thing is done and they want McCormick to come to Washington. That's not because they want him to start his term early. None of this really kicks into play until January. But new member orientation orientation starts this week. McCormick, if he wins, would be one of those new members. And also, Republicans tomorrow, you touched on this with Dasha, have their Republican leadership elections. That's going to be crucial. It also could be tight. McCormick would have a vote in that. Now, all of this comes down to whether or not the current majority leader, which is Democrat Chuck Schumer, allows McCormick to come. But Republican senators are also working their own way of getting him there to Washington and into the Capitol. Several of them say, hey, we're going to escort him in. He's going to be our guest. And that's the way that McCormick is going to be able to come to Republican freshman senator orientation without technically being the senator from Pennsylvania, because that race we have not called, others have not called it. Though I will say, when you look at where the vote totals are still outstanding, there is a very narrow and getting narrower path for the incumbent Democratic senator there.
Every time you say new member orientation.
Guys, check out the Jake Paul versus Logan Paul official leaked fight on my page, guys. You won't believe the results of the fight. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. Check out my recent video on my channel. It's crazy.
A realistic path here for Democrats to victory right now.
I like that you said college, because I definitely think about them as like elementary age, getting on the school bus with
That's
their
funnier.
lunches. But whatever, we're gonna
Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. Leaked fight on my channel, guys. Leaked fight. Don't miss it before it gets taken down, guys.
We knew that races in Alaska and California were going to take a while to count. That is certainly a reality that is still in play, and we're waiting to see what this majority actually shakes out being. For their part, Democrats that I speak to, although they did see a potential path, losing seats over the weekend in places like Colorado and Arizona makes that path basically non-existent at this point. Democrats know they are likely to be in the minority here. Republicans preparing as if they have the majority, but this is where former president, now President-elect Trump might be making their lives a little more difficult. We talk about
Hit the like and subscribe button if you guys are just joining in.
in real time. But the more members that he takes out of the House of Representatives, the harder it gets. So far, we know that he's taken 2, but in the instance of someone like Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota, going into the administration as well, that means there's a vacant seat back in South Dakota. Are there other members of the House that might want to run for that, who have higher ambitions while staying close to home? There are trigger effects and domino effects to all of these decisions. Even if he's not directly taking someone out of the House, it could have an impact. And the thing you got to remember here in the House of Representatives is people can get sick, deaths can happen at random or spontaneously, and that can change the balance of power. One person being absent because they had outpatient surgery one day could be a difference maker for key votes. Things happen all the time, and that's the reality of close margins in Congress.
So important, such great context. Ali Vitali, grab your backpack, head to the hill. We'll see you a little bit later. Thank you so much. Let's turn now to the growing devastation from deadly wildfires that are burning on both coasts. In Southern California, the mountain fire has destroyed close to 200 homes. Higher humidity, though, and lighter wind conditions have helped firefighters get the 20,000-acre wildfire to about 40% containment, but of course those conditions could change. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Guys, hit the like and subscribe button. Check out my recent video, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul.
More than half of the country is currently experiencing a moderate drought. For a look at how these gusty and dry conditions can continue to impact the Northeast and what's going on across the country, let's get a check on your morning news now weather with Angie Lastman here in studio. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hi, Savannah. Good morning to you. You're exactly right with everything you just said about the dry conditions, the low humidity, the really ingredients that we need to see those fires continue.
Hit the like and subscribe button, guys.
Start here through the day today on both coasts. Let's start with the Northeast, though, where we've got 35 million people under these fire alerts. Where you see the orange, that is an elevated wildfire risk, but where you see that brighter pink stretching from Boston down to New York, that is that red flag warning. It's been in effect for days, and it's basically all of the things that I said. When you have those ingredients of the really gusty winds, the low humidity, and of course those very dry conditions that we've seen ongoing across this region, it's not hard for some of these fires to start and spread. Here's the big picture look at what we're expecting as far as those winds. This has been problematic. You might have noticed it over the past couple of days, and those winds are going to be quite strong out of the northwest today. 33-mile-per-hour wind gusts peaking in Hartford, a little higher than that in Boston, but we could see some peak wind gusts across this region up to 40 miles per hour. That, of course, makes things
Hey, man. Hey. Have a good day at school. I'll type you a message.
We've got that expanding across parts of the country. But look at just how our fall rainfall totals are sizing up. in comparison to what we normally get. So 5 to 25% of average rainfall totals are what we've seen for the Northeast. That means that we are dealing with, potentially in some spots, the driest fall on record so far to date, but we could see this last year for a little while longer. We really don't have any substantial rain in sight for this region, and we've got places like New York, Philadelphia, Hartford, Scranton, Atlantic City, all seeing that driest fall on record so far. And it likely will continue. Here's what we're running as far as those total amounts since the beginning of September. Just over an inch and a half in New York City. We normally have more than 8 inches by this time. Similar story for Hartford, not even over an inch of rain in Philadelphia. So we are desperate for some rainfall, and that of course is only expanding that drought that we've been talking about so much. 60% of the Midwest and the Northeast now under drought conditions, and you can see where there is extreme and exceptional drought across that region as well. Switching gears to the West Coast, a very different story. We've got the Pacific Northwest dealing with heavy rain, heavy snow potentially, and some strong winds. So we've got this next atmospheric river event that's going to kind of leave us with an active week ahead for this region. The Cascades and the Northern Sierra, you're going to pick up some really impressive snowfall amounts here over the next couple of days. Coastal Valley, that's where that rain is going to see, upwards.
Guys, check out my recent video, Mike Tyson.
But notice that we could see some locations receiving up to 8 inches of rain, so we'll watch for the flooding potential there for those conditions as it develops over the next 2 days, basically.
Versus Jake Paul. Check out the fight, guys.
So that's what we're going to be watching here, big picture-wise. The snowfall totals, not quite as impressive, but I mean a foot in some of these spots. Savannah, we're going to see those across parts of the Rockies, which, by the way, is getting a little bit of snow today, but nothing quite as impressive as what they're going to see, again, across the Cascades and Northern Sierra. This will be something that we start to wrap up here as we get into the middle of the work week. But looking ahead to your weekend, we've got the...
Guys, it's rainy as hell where I am.
Across the eastern half of the country. That's where we'll see mild...
Check out the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul leaked fight on my channel, guys. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul leaked fight.
It'll stay windy, unfortunately, as we get into Saturday for folks across the Northeast. If you're looking for some fall-like conditions, I'd say in the Midwest, mid-50s, plenty of sunshine for you on Saturday. And unfortunately, not a whole lot of rain in sight for the eastern half of the country, but we will start to contend with another system that works in the Pacific Northwest by the time we wrap up the weekend. So that is where all the rain and snow is, Savannah, but we sure do need it across the Northeast.
Yes, we do. All right, Andrew Austin, thank you so much. We'll see you next hour. Well, one small, tight-knit town in Indiana is finally getting justice for the 2017 double murder of 2 teenage girls. After years of questions in the unsolved murders that baffled investigators and set the town on edge, a jury found 52-year-old Richard Allen guilty on all counts following the 4-week trial. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has the details.
After more than 7 years...
Guys, check out the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul leaked fight on my channel right now, guys. Check it. Ow! You're not going to want to miss the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight before it gets taken down right off my channel. They're going to copyright strike it, so go check out the leaked fight now.
Telling jurors the local husband, father, and pharmacy tech is the so-called bridge guy seen in video taken on Libby's cell phone the day the girls went missing and heard in this audio recording as prosecutors said he forced them off a walking trail at gunpoint. The prosecution arguing Allen left their bodies by a creek, Libby naked, saying he left a cartridge from his gun at the scene, owned a black Ford Focus captured on surveillance video nearby, and made multiple confessions behind bars, playing a recorded call of Allen telling his wife, "I did it," adding, "I killed Abby and Libby." His wife pushing back, saying, "No, you didn't." Amid a back and forth, Allen softening, saying, "Maybe I did. I think I did." His wife later crying, saying, "No, you didn't. They're screwing with you to get you to say things." The defense calling those false confessions, saying Allen was suffering from psychosis after being held in solitary confinement for 13 months. They argued there's no DNA evidence tying Allen to the scene, said tests comparing that bullet to his gun were inconclusive, and blasted the state's desperation after the murders went unsolved for 5 years. The jury not buying it and convicting a killer in a case that's consumed this tight-knit town.
Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, guys, leaked fight. Leaked fight in my channel. First video on my channel. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. The fight is insane. Go check it out for yourself. Hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know where you guys are watching from and who you voted for. Kamala Harris versus Jake Paul. Versus Donald Trump. But seriously, go check out the fight video before it gets taken down.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
If it's Tuesday, President-elect Donald Trump assembles a team of loyalists as he taps Congressman Mike Wallace as his national security advisor. And as sources tell NBC News, he's expected to pick Senator Marco Rubio as his Secretary of State and North Dakota Governor Kristi Noem as his Homeland Security Secretary. Plus, the fight for Senate Majority Leader heats up, with Republicans looking to take full control of Washington as members huddle behind closed doors ahead of tomorrow's meeting with the president-elect. And a Harris campaign co-chair and sitting Democratic congressman speaks out what the party got wrong in 2024, what they need to do now to rebuild and re-energize the base. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Michelle Fender in Washington. The Trump transition is in full swing. The president-elect making key decisions on a number of important administration positions as he prepares to huddle with Republican leaders on Capitol Hill tomorrow to discuss his sweeping agenda. That comes as Republicans are on the verge of complete control of Washington. Up first, the big job, Secretary of State, executing Trump's foreign policy. The president-elect is expected to nominate Senator Marco Rubio, his former 2016 primary rival turned ally, according to sources familiar with the latter. Rubio is the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee with hawkish views on Latin America and Iran and skepticism about U.S. support for Ukraine. Here's what he told Kristen on Meet the Press in September.
Donald Trump will not say that he wants Ukraine to win the war. Are you concerned about the message that sends to Vladimir Putin and the Supreme Leader?
No, because I think, unfortunately, I'm not on Russia's side, but unfortunately the reality of it is that the way the war in Ukraine is going to end is with a negotiated settlement. And we want, and I believe Donald Trump wants, for Ukraine to have more leverage in that negotiation. But in order to be in a position to be a broker who can bring about that agreement, I think he's going to preserve what he says. He approaches these things as someone not in politics or diplomacy, but as someone with a background in business. I would be comfortable with a deal that ends these hostilities and that I think is favorable to Ukraine, meaning that they have their own sovereignty, that they don't become a satellite state or a puppet state. At the end of the day, what the most important thing here is that these hostilities end and that Ukraine can go back to rebuilding its economy and people can move back. Millions of people have had to leave that country. It's been devastating to them, but that negotiation is going to be up to them. I just want them to have more leverage than Putin.
A senior Biden administration official tells NBC's Andrew Mitchell that Rubio...
Trump's a hero. Trump is a freaking hero. Fuck the liberal hive minds. We're just listening to the liberal hive mind, liberal propaganda media so we can get a perspective. But we're not liberal Democrats, blah, blah, blah. So just ignore that. We're just getting a perspective of the liberal hive mind. We like to hear the propaganda they're being fed. Go check out the Mike Tyson versus the Jake Paul fight. I leaked the fight on my channel before the official Friday release. So go check it out now before it gets taken down.
Kristi Noem, as Homeland Security Secretary, she would oversee everything from the border to FEMA to the Secret Service. Every pick so far shares an important trait. They've all demonstrated fierce personal loyalty to Trump, and that's no accident. In an interview with podcaster Joe Rogan on the campaign trail, Trump said that disloyal appointees were his biggest mistake of his first administration.
The biggest mistake I made was I picked some people. I picked some great people, but you don't think about that. I picked some people that I shouldn't have picked. I picked a few people that I shouldn't have picked. And
neocons?
Yeah, neocons, or bad people, or disloyal people, or
people that were just
people that were into the
people got bad advice. For more on the Trump transition, we have our NBC News team here on set. Garrett Haake has the latest from inside Trump world, and Julia Ainsley has the latest on Trump staffing up on the crackdown at the border. So thank you both for being here. I feel like we're going to see this a lot in the next 4 years. You two sitting side by side, breaking stuff down. So Garrett, I want to come to you. We are now seeing some major positions in the administration be picked here. I wonder what you make of the order of this and what it means, what the significance of it is that we're seeing these positions be announced in this order.
Well, I think the order of it matters less than the positions, because in many cases the positions have not actually been announced. Marco Rubio, for example, has not actually been formally confirmed by anybody. Some of this is just the pace that reporters are able to break news out of Mar-a-Lago, which is leaking like a sieve at the moment. But I think the selections themselves do matter. I think that whooshing sound you heard last night was the foreign policy establishment in this town breathing a huge sigh of relief at the news that Marco Rubio would be chosen. There was a lot of concern in Washington that we would see someone more committed to the America First ideology, sort of pulling back from the world stage. Whatever else you think of Marco Rubio, that's not him. I think he's much more in line with...
Guys, go check out the fight. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. Leaked fight video on my channel. Go check it out.
Foreign policy decisions. So I think you're seeing a robust anti-China, pro-Israel, NATO skeptical but not antagonistic foreign policy team taking shape around Donald Trump, and I suspect we'll see more of the same in the coming days.
And Julie, I want to ask you, as we talk about these picks, Kristi Noem, of course, is seen as the pick for DHS Secretary. You, of course, are Homeland Security correspondent here. What are your biggest takeaways when you think of her?
I mean, I was surprised. Honestly, I try to stay up on my beat, figure out who might be a top contender here. This name was not on my bingo card, and I don't think it was for a lot of people. Most people thought Chad Wolf, the last acting DHS Homeland Security Secretary under Trump, would be back. He's been someone who's been very close to Stephen Miller for 4 years, working with him at the America's First Policy Institute, which you know is really ingrained with this incoming administration. But Noem is someone who was once seen as a possible VP pick. I'm also told that Trump really likes to be adding more women to cabinet positions. And again, it gets back to that common denominator you talked about, Yamiche, fierce loyalty. And I'm also told that Trump does like to throw some surprises, show everybody nobody can predict him. This is his show at the end. And that, you know, he is going to pick people based on who he wants. Now, does she have Homeland Security experience? Not that I can tell. I mean, she was a governor of a state that's not a border state. She did weigh in on immigration issues.
Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, guys. Leaked fight. Leaked fight. Check it out, guys. On my channel, my newest video. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. Fight of the literal history. Check out the winner and check out the results. I uploaded the video, most recent video on my channel.
We can talk about some more. Is that the deputy at DHS will do the day-to-day running and staffing. So let's pay attention to how the rest of this agency comes together, because this is a huge federal workforce. And it's really been a behemoth for anyone to manage.
And Garen, I want to bring you in on the Kristi Noem's not having significant experience, as Julia points out. How does her profile fit among the other people that we've seen named now?
I was surprised by this announcement, as were many of my sources in Trump world, if that tells you anything. It was reported late overnight this morning. A lot of people were waking up to the news in close to Trump, surprised by this announcement. I think it's possible that given Tom Homan being named as the czar, the centrality of immigration to
No need to invest in crappy crypto projects. Invest in the Mike Tyson versus the Jake Paul fight. I have the fight results posted already. You can still bet on the fight. The fight's on Friday. Go check out the fight on my channel.
Her being someone who Trump thinks would do a good job on television, testifying in front of the House and the Senate, kind of selling those priorities perhaps more than running it on a day-to-day basis. That being said, as a sitting governor, she has some touch points with some of the other things that come under DHS, like FEMA for disaster aid and some of the non-border elements of what is a massive agency. So we'll see how the rest of that department gets fleshed out. And I'll just add, this is one that has not been announced by Trump. It has been reported. So we'll see if it sticks.
Yeah. Well, talking about the sort of border as being a big part of this, you bring up, of course, Tom Homan, who has been named or is expected to be named the border czar. So tell us about that pick. Julian, I wonder if you could talk about how that sort of dovetails and connects with Trump's overall stated goal of making the immigration and mass deportations his top priority.
Yes, and Homan seems to be sticking more than no, at least at the moment, because that is something that Trump put out himself. No, we understand, did get a call from Trump, but he hasn't announced it yet publicly. Now, what this means is it's a very centralized White House. We've even seen since the 60s, as the federal government has expanded, there have been kind of little pieces of the executive branch of these agencies put inside. Think of NSC being like the State Department. What the borders are, it's bringing DHS and immigration policy inside the White House, and Tom Homan is going to have a power, honestly, like someone maybe we haven't seen before when it comes to these deportations, because he's going to be able to talk to the State Department and say, put pressure on countries that are not taking back their nationals, so we can deport more people to places like Venezuela or Nicaragua or China. He could put pressure, and then that way he could get the Labor Department to do more workplace raids. He could get Health and Human Services to do things that would crack down on the number of unaccompanied children who are coming around. There's a lot of power he will have, and he'll be talking to Trump every day in the White House.
Yeah, well, talking of power and sort of who's talking to Trump, who does have President-elect Trump's ear in this moment? I've heard a lot, and we've all seen pictures of Elon Musk down at Mar-a-Lago, but who else is sort of there?
Well, look, his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, is still probably the most key endorser, or advisor on the payroll. I mean, he's telling me good decisions are probably not made in a vacuum. Elon Musk, I think you cannot overstate his influence right now. Our sourcing has been that he's basically not left Mar-a-Lago since Election Day. He's a fairly constant presence there. I think J.D. Vance's influences are being felt, as is the cadre of advisors around him who are kind of newer converts to Trumpism, who might be whispering in his ear. We'll see if they're able to make more of an imprint on his choices going forward.
Well, it's going to be a question we're going to be asking a lot over the next 4 years. Who's talking to Trump and influencing? So thank you so much to Garrett, to Julia. Well, like I said, we'll be back here, I'm sure.
Yeah, we look forward to it.
Thanks. And as President-elect Donald Trump readies his cabinet, Congressional Republicans are preparing for his arrival. Mr. Trump will be here in Washington tomorrow to meet with President Biden. House Speaker Mike Johnson and the incoming Senate Republican leader, who will be chosen literally just moments before their meeting. Senators John Cornyn, Rick Scott, and John Thune are all vying for that majority leader role. And this morning, we caught up with Florida Senator Rick Scott as he made his pitch to fellow Republicans.
I think I'm uniquely positioned to really help get the Trump agenda. Number one, I believe in it. Number two, I've got a great working relationship with him and with Mike Johnson and all the leadership in the House. I'm optimistic I'm going to win. I'm talking about the things that people say they care about, and so we'll see.
There is also a lot of action in the U.S. House. While NBC News has not yet called control of the chamber, Republicans appear poised to retain control. But their margins will once again be razor thin, and the president-elect's choice of House Republicans Elise Stefanik and Mike Waltz to serve in his administration will temporarily shrink those margins even more. Today, both Speaker Mike Johnson and Majority Leader Steve Scalise issued something of a warning to President-elect Trump.
You can see his resolve already and how quickly he's making really good, smart picks. I know he's already pulled a few really talented people out of the House, hopefully no more for a little while, until special elections can come.
President Trump fully understands and appreciates the math here, and it's just a numbers game. We believe we're going to have a larger majority than we had last time. It's too early to handicap it, but we're optimistic about that. But every single vote will count. I don't expect that we will have more members leaving, but I'll leave that up to him.
And joining me now from Capitol Hill is NBC's Ryan Noble. So Ryan, thanks for being here. We saw Speaker Johnson struggled with some majorities this Congress all year. How is he preparing for that possibility again?
Well, he's having conversations already, Amish. I think he's going to a lot of the members that gave him somewhat of a hard time during the first year of his speakership and talking to them about what he can do to make the process easier. And I think he also believes that there's an expectation that with Donald Trump in the White House, that he's going to have a much easier time doing things that conservative Republicans don't like to do, like passing a budget to make sure the government doesn't shut down, raising the debt ceiling, things that often lead to fights among the conservative ranks of his party. That's not to say that there won't be some fights, because there are members of the House Republican caucus that probably want to go even further to the right than what Donald Trump will be willing to do when he is the president. But Mike Johnson is pointing to his record of accomplishment here, the fact that he was able to retain the majority when there were a lot of questions as to whether or not he would be able to do that, and is also showing the tight and close relationship that he has with the president-elect as a reason for conservatives to help support him in this agenda when they actually take control of the gavel again in the new year.
And Ryan, as you're talking about sort of what's going on there, I also want to ask you about Republican control of both chambers, which looks likely now. I'm wondering, are we going to see a sort of unleash Trump here? Do you think there's going to be any sort of willingness by Republicans if Trump and Republicans have control of basically all of Washington to push back on President-elect Trump?
I think he's certainly going to have an extended honeymoon, Yamiche, that maybe no president has ever seen before because of how decisive his election was, and basically erased any sort of doubt as to whether or not the MAGA wing of the party is in charge of the Republican Party. It definitively is, and that's the reason that they control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They haven't projected the House, but that seems to be the direction it is going in. So he's going to have an opportunity here to lay out an agenda, and it's going to be very difficult for any member of his party to push back on that agenda. But he's also going to have, along with it, the expectations of delivering on these promises that he made during the campaign, a lot of which didn't have a degree of specificity tied to them. So this is an opportunity, but also a challenge for the new president-elect.
And I also want to ask you, as we continue to talk about President-elect Trump, where do things stand on the race for Senate Majority Leader? And in particular, do we think that Trump is trying to sort of influence who ultimately gets this job?
Yamiche, it's actually been surprising how little Donald Trump is weighing in on the race for Senate Majority Leader. And he could decide tomorrow who the next Senate Majority Leader would be. If he came out and endorsed Rick Scott, John Thune, or John Cornyn, any one of those men would probably be on a glide path to the Senate Majorityship, even though it is a closed ballot. So the fact that he hasn't weighed in shows that he's leaving it up to these senators to make that decision on their own. All three of them are demonstrating a willingness to enact his agenda and do so as quickly as possible. Even though
guys, go check out the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight on my channel, guys. Newest
Certainly
video.
interesting not to see Donald Trump weighing in on this race, but we'll know the results soon enough. So thank you so much, Ryan. And coming up, my one-on-one interview with a Harris campaign co-chair and member of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. We'll talk about what went wrong for Democrats and how they plan to turn things around. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. As we mentioned, Congress is back in session, and Republican lawmakers are taking a victory lap as they prepare for day one of the new Trump administration. Meanwhile, Democrats are discussing their path forward after a sweeping defeat on election night. Here's what House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said about it this morning.
We're going to have a family conversation that needs to be clear-eyed, candid, and comprehensive to figure out what happened on election night. We've got to, as Democrats, work with the incoming administration whenever and wherever possible, and strongly disagree when necessary. And that's going to be the approach that we take.
As a Harris campaign co-chair, so thank you so much, Congressman, for being here. I want to start with the Democratic soul searching that we're seeing here. Last time you were on this program before the election, you talked about the Harris campaign reaching out to Latino voters, and in particular Latino men, with Vice President Harris's economic agenda. But we saw, of course, President-elect Trump make strong gains with those very voters. Why do you think those voters chose President-elect Trump over Vice President Harris? And what do you think needs to happen now?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, obviously, I think we're all very grateful to the Vice President and her team. I think they did a phenomenal job in a short time for a campaign. I think what's really important right now is that the Democratic Party does a lot of listening. I think we lost. We have to acknowledge that. Obviously, not just the White House, but clearly the Senate. And we certainly would have loved to do better on the House side, win more seats and actually win the House. And so acknowledging that we have work to do, especially on not just what the actual message is, which I believe is a message that we're the party of working class people, but actually also where we are communicating. And I think there are a lot of spaces out there, particularly where Latino men and other young men are.
Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, guys. Official fight. Newest video on my channel. Go check it out.
I think we all have to be a part of that. But the most important thing is to do the research right now and listen to what we can do better.
And as you do that research, I wonder, in hindsight, do you think there were warning signs that Democrats missed or chose to even ignore as you look at what happened?
Yeah, I mean, I think about, I think, look, the Harris campaign invested heavily And the party did heavily on reaching young men and Latinos across the country. So we were seeing those investments every single day. But I think back to this conversation I had when I was back in Nevada, maybe a month before the election. I met with about 35, 40 undecided young Latino men, all probably in their 20s and 30s. And these were all union folks, construction workers. And one of the things that they really spoke to was that they weren't hearing enough about what the Democratic Party wanted to do for them, and they weren't hearing enough about the economy and working class issues. And the thing that I asked them is where they were getting their information from, and none of them said the cable news or newspapers. I mean, these were folks that were getting their information from YouTube channels, from podcasters, from digital media, from social media. And so one big lesson for us is I think that we have to do a better job of communicating, especially in these communities like Latino men and others, and actually go where they are actually consuming media. And that's something we have to do a much better job of. And I think the Harris campaign, I think now understands that. I think us Democrats in the House do as well.
Yeah, and I've talked to a lot of voters who really got a lot of their information even from WhatsApp, talking about sort of people passing information to each other. Now, with that being said, I want to play with you some sound for Progressive Caucus Chair, Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, and what she said yesterday. Take a listen.
Clearly, not enough voters knew what Democrats were going to do to make their lives better, particularly poor and working class Americans across this country. Look, I have said that I think we need to rebuild the party. I think for too long our party has been held hostage to big money interests.
That's a strong message there. You're, of course, a member of the Progressive Caucus. So do you agree that the Democratic Party needs to be wholly rebuilt? And what does that practically look like?
I mean, first, obviously, I'll first, what Chairwoman Jayapal said, I think, at the start of her comments, which was about making sure that we are communicating our message out in a better way. I couldn't agree with more. I think that we're just not in those spaces, and we're not pushing our working class message. I think overall, I think what we need to do right now is just listen to our voters and listen to the American public as to what they are not either they're learning about or hearing from us as Democrats. But overall, I think our party has and will continue to be the party of working people. It's a party of reproductive health care. It's a party of lowering costs. It's a party of unions. It's a party that has...
Guys, check out the Mike Tyson versus the Jake Paul fight. Newest video on my channel. Link in bio.
We should continue to fight and push for. But absolutely, I think as far as where we're messaging those things, I think we've got to do a better job at. And I think we have to actually listen and take stock as to what people are actually telling us, what they want to hear from us. And so that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
And I look forward to doing that in the weeks ahead.
President-elect Trump has made clear that prioritizing mass deportation is going to be one of his biggest priorities. He's tapped Tom Homan to be...
Guys, hit the like and subscribe button. Check out the Mike Tyson versus the Jake Paul fight. Link on my channel. Link fight. Link fight.
They're going to stand in the way. They're going to make it hard for us. Well, a suggestion. If you're not going to help us, get the hell out of the way, but we're going to do it. So if we can't get assistance from New York City, and we may have to double the number of agents we send in New York City, because we're going to do the job. We're going to do the job without you or with you.
What's your response to that, especially when you think about what Democrats can do to block the mass deportation plan that seems to be coming, especially if Republicans have all of this control in Washington?
Let me just first say that as an immigrant myself, I think those comments and the way that he and the Trump administration are talking about human beings, I think it's really shameful. I think that this idea that we're going to mass deport millions of people from this country.
Hell yeah, we're going to do that easily.
They're actually on a pathway, many of them, to residency or citizenship. I think it's personally anti-American. I think about the time of my life when I was here in this country as a college student, trying to attain citizenship, and what I felt at the moment. All these students.
You did it legally. You didn't do it like a fucking illegal. Hit the like and subscribe button. Check out the recent video.
Immigration reform, not these attacks on migrants and working people.
I want to ask you one more thing, which is there's the guardrails here. How do Democrats put any sort of check on President-elect Trump's power when you think about the fact that he might have the Senate, the presidency, and maybe even...
He's a dictator. He has unlimited power. What are you talking about?
I think we're going to have to call up every single lie, every single tragedy that
Shut the fuck up. There is no lie.
They're trying to implement that actually hurts people. We have got to be loud put as much energy and put it out there.
There's no lie. Shut the fuck up.
Consuming information. I think
Before I go to the news station and BAM!
We actually did a pretty good job this last cycle, actually stopping a lot of really bad proposals by Republicans. They're going to need to work with Democrats on a variety of issues, including taxes and spending. So we've got to use our leverage and not be afraid to push back and fight for the people that are counting on us. And I think that's really, really important. So we'll do what we can, but absolutely, if Republicans control all levels of government, it is going to be very hard work, but it's work we've got to try our hardest to do.
Yeah, well, certainly there are going to be some fights that we will be covering. So thank you so much, Congressman, for your time.
Thank you.
Up next, it's been 1 week since Election Day, and Steve Kornacki is still at the big board. A deep dive into the changing demographic coalitions that drove last week's historic results and what they mean for the future of both parties. You're watching Meet the Press now. Welcome back. It's been exactly 1 week since Election Day, and as President-elect Donald Trump picks key members of his administration, we're getting a clearer picture of how he won voters that recent Republican candidates could not. NBC's Steve Kornacki breaks it all down at the big board.
Donald Trump, not only the president-elect, but also on pace to win the national popular vote. First time in 2 decades a Republican has done that. And he's going to win the popular vote because he's expanded demographically the Republican coalition. The coalition that elected Trump in this election, it is younger, it's more blue-collar, and it's more diverse than any Republican.
Guys, don't miss the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight that I leaked on my channel. You want to go on there and check it out now before he gets taken down.
Donald Trump wasn't a candidate. That would be 2012, 12 years ago.
The fact that should keep every American that loves freedom awake at night. The same people that were desperate.
Guys, go check out the leaked Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight. First video on my channel.
With the American Free Press to try and blow up his campaign for presidency. And they almost pulled it off. See, what I'm about to tell you is not a hoax. It's not some twisted plot from a political fan fiction novel. It's the untold, overlooked horror story that actually unfolded during the 2024 election cycle. Now, of course, we, the people, didn't find out about the Iranian plot against President Trump until after a deranged gunman on a slanted roof with law enforcement in the room below him nearly killed him.
Guys, check out the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul leaked fight, guys. Leaked fight. Go check it out in my bio. I mean, first video on my channel.
Until after they had leaked a treasure trove of damaging opposition research to the American press. And so, yes, I know that we're all here sipping the champagne, and it can be difficult to remember the details of the campaign in the haze of victory. But do you remember
I remember it.
Non-stop deluge of cat lady clips and 9-year-old quotes from J.D. Vance that sparked this whole weird buzz from the left? Well, it turns out MSDNC and the Harris campaign...
Mike Tyson fight versus Jake Paul leaked on my channel, guys, if you want to go check that out. You'll be shocked.
Most of it was handed to the media by Iran. You know, the world leader in state-sponsored terrorism. Terrorists who now know how to code. And so, yes, I get it. The Pakistani co-conspirator in the Iranian murder-to-hire plot to kill President Trump, he has been indicted. And yes, the 3 Iranian hackers who compromised and leaked the communications of the Trump campaign, they have also been indicted. But we still have those unindicted co-conspirators. The FBI itself. And unfortunately, the mainstream media, those people that we have given constitutional protections in exchange for standards of ethics we used to trust all of them to uphold. This is an FBI that raided Mar-a-Lago over pieces of paper. But they didn't tell America that President Trump's campaign had been compromised by foreign actors until the actors had already committed a great deal of harm. This is an FBI that in 2016 used fake evidence to get a FISA warrant to spy on President Trump and didn't stop spying on him till well into his presidency. And yet, in this 2024 cycle, that same FBI didn't bother to tell us that the Chinese Communist Party had wiretapped President Trump's attorney and potentially his campaign until, well, all the bogus cases had gone cold and the election was nearly over. See, how is this possible? How is it possible that the same American journalists who couldn't stop talking about threats to our democracy had no idea they were being fed stories by individuals working for a nation we have all but designated a threat to global humanity? See, yes, freedom of the press, it has to be sacrosanct for liberty to exist in America. Jefferson told us this himself. But it cannot be upheld when journalists just become pawns for foreign nations that mean to do us and our allies harm. And so, the fine print apology after the fact is not going to cut it. Not anymore. So, I'm very excited to watch Tom Homan execute the largest deportation the world has ever seen. I am practically giddy that we're going to be able to witness Elon Musk possibly save the American taxpayers $2 trillion with the Department of Government Efficiency, along with Vivek. But I also need Republicans to realize that if we're going to take the business of making America great seriously, we cannot do it when we have an FBI responsible for keeping America safe, not do the job, and a mainstream fourth estate that doesn't take action and report it. And so when President Trump takes that oath in January, it is time for us to demand brutal accountability. It is time for our freedom to demand unflinching justice.
Joining me now is best-selling author of The War on the West, Douglas Murray.
Guys, check out the leaked Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul.
But let's start with President Joe Biden's performance in recent days. Here he is yesterday, dodging reporters' questions and trying to stay
Deport the illegals. Check out the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul leaked fight.
And earlier today, he was asked this reasonable question by a reporter from Israel's Channel 13. Listen to his response.
President Biden, do you think that you can get a hostage deal by the end of your term?
Douglas, that's a somewhat bizarre answer to a very reasonable question. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, you just have to remind yourself that only a few months back, the Democrats were all trying to pretend that this was a president on peak form who had another 4 and a bit years left in him. It should be a reminder. I mean, things have moved very fast in the past few months. It should be a reminder of just how foolish the Democrat Party seem to think the American public are. Why do they think that people couldn't see this? Why do they think that we can't see it now? Why did papers like the New York Times hide this from the American public? Why did Kamala Harris hide it from the American public? Why did Nancy Pelosi, Dr. Jill Biden, Chuck Schumer, and all the rest of them try to hide this from the general public? It's been excruciating in recent years, particularly in the past year. And yet, this is a political party that thought that they could run this guy again. And it's very sad to see. I've said to you before, Rita, you know, it's laughable and tragic, but really, the should have a look at themselves, even before getting to the Kamala disaster, and say, what were they doing? What were they thinking? What's wrong with this party?
And what's wrong with the media? Because the media played along with this delusion for the entire term. And
Guys, check out the leaked video, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight. First video on my channel, guys. Don't miss it. It might get taken down soon.
red wave is complete. He has secured the presidency.
So go check it out before it gets taken down, guys. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight.
The House, the popular vote.
Hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't.
Won every single swing state. You spoke to Donald Trump in recent days. How do you think Trump 2.0 will be different to his first term?
Well, that snap was taken in Mar-a-Lago on the night of the election, where I was there and I was at the convention center when he gave his victory speech. It's early days. The transition is taking place. Early appointments have already been announced. Some more are imminent. And it's clear, I think, several things already. One is that Trump and Trump's team have said for a long time, that they wanted to come in with, first of all, with a resounding victory. When his team said to me at the Madison Square Gardens event a couple of weeks ago now, that they wanted not only to secure a victory, but such a decisive victory that it would include the popular vote. I thought, well, sure, everybody would like that, but the fact that they actually achieved it is remarkable. And there's several very important things about that. One is it gives Donald Trump an extraordinarily clear and clean mandate. The second thing is that the Democrats can play none of the games about, well, the Electoral College this, the popular vote that. No, he got all of it. And that should cause them some serious time for reflection in the Democrat Party. But Trump and his team have been clear about a number of things. Firstly, they seem to everything I've heard, be fully aware that in the 2016 to 20 administration, there was a lot of firing, a lot of hiring, by the way, and that's different from President Joe Biden, who never fired anyone. Sometimes you wonder if he was even aware who was working for him. But there was a lot of, everyone's aware there was a lot of upheaval in the first term. I think there's a very clear desire to make sure that's not the case this time. And they're getting people into positions who have not just experience, but who have a very clear mandate themselves. I mean, getting people like Congresswoman Elise Stefanik into the United Nations job, Congressman Tim Walz also. This is a very serious administration that's being put together with some very distinguished figures in it already. And so I think the main thing is just that thing, not just of some continuity, but of a sort of an intent to have a calmness in the administration this time that was sometimes missing last time. It's also clear that there's going to be no sort of recruiting of people who aren't Trump loyalists. Trump has had so many people in his last administration who have shot him in the back and the front, metaphorically speaking, of course. And he obviously doesn't want any more of that. The sort of, the Kellys and others who said things that he completely disputes about him. It's clear they don't want that kind of roller coaster anymore. And so I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see the more appointments that come in the coming days.
I think you're 100% right, and it's very clear now that he's not going to repeat those mistakes. He's not going to have these rivals in the inner sanctum. I think he thought initially it was a way of countering the anti-Trumpers to keep your enemies closer, but that's not the way to get things done. And I think, 2.0 is going to be very different. You wrote a piece for the New York Post on the 10 things Donald Trump can do to clean up Joe Biden's messes abroad, starting with Ukraine and ending with Iran. He's got plenty of messes to clean up domestically, Douglas. How much focus do you think will be on foreign affairs?
Well, I think there'll be a significant amount, but the main thing is that just Donald Trump being president-elect is already starting to change the calibration of the world. He is somebody who understood has understood for years the Chinese Communist Party as the main strategic competitor to the United States. And he realized that Americans had, to a great extent, been taken for a ride in trade terms for years, the best part of a quarter of a century by now. He's the only president, I think, who's in a position to actually do something about that. He says he wants to bring about a swift end to the Ukraine conflict. As I said, we'll see about that. But there's a lot of opportunity and potential there. The Middle East is where I think he's going to have the biggest impact, because the Ayatollahs in Iran were being throttled by him economically when he was last in office. And I would hope that he would start to do that again, because, of course, we've seen in the last year in particular what happens when the revolutionary Islamic government of Iran is rich. It exports terror and colonialism across the region. So I think there's going to be a massive shift there. There are also big strategic questions. We have seen this axis that has come together in Joe Biden's time in office, which is the want of a better abbreviation, the Russia, China, North Korea, Iran axis. And it's going to be very important to pull that apart. China will be the one that's most important to pull apart from Russia.
Guys, go check out the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson leaked fight.
Realize the Ayatollahs will become the pariahs that they should always have been.
On my channel.
There's a lot of opportunity here, and already there are rumors. We'll see what happens. But the terror-sponsoring slave state of Qatar has already started to say that it might end up not actually remaining a retirement home, or indeed a base for the terrorist group Hamas. And that'll be interesting to see if Qatar realizes that it backed in every single way the losing side.
Now, you summed it up beautifully in the Telegraph when you said this election wasn't about race, it wasn't about gender and abortion, all the issues the media seem to be hyper-focused on. It was about secure borders, the economy, and government overreach. And I would argue, Douglas, that last point was hugely significant for many of Trump's voters. The lawfare against Trump and his allies, this two-tier justice system that even targets conservative mums at school board meetings. It's a big issue for many in Trump's base.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the interesting thing about not just the radical left, but the left in general, in Australia, in Britain, in the US and other Western countries, Canada particularly, is that the moderate left thought that there were all of these issues which were like right-wing talking points, or what didn't really affect people's lives. You know, professional dolts like Alistair Campbell in the UK have just started in recent days to sort of start to say maybe the thing of big hairy men being allowed in women's lockers, locker spaces, in locker rooms is not something that is just being made up by right-wing fanatics. Maybe we should have listened to women, they say, this late in the day. Not just the far left, the centre left, the moderate left, vastly underestimated the way in which culture war issues are not made up by conservative pundits, but are things that are felt by any parent whose daughter is training in an elite sport. It's felt in people's lives. It's felt by parents whose children come back from school having been told that there are a million genders and a lot of other woo-woo nonsense. And when it comes to things like the border, you know, they seem to hope, the Democrats seem to hope that the American public would not think anything particularly awry and would just be told it was a Project 2025 conspiracy, that for 4 years the border had been open and millions of people had come into the United States illegally. They thought that people didn't mind about that. They thought they could take these votes for granted. And the amazing thing is that they thought they could do this by playing the DEI game at the highest possible level. Why wouldn't you want to vote for Kamala? She's a woman. If you're a woman, you have to vote for Kamala. Guess what? Kamala's from an ethnic minority. Unless you hate ethnic minorities, why would you not vote for Kamala? I mean, this was seriously their pitch. And then you got all of the Democrat commentators on the media who zoomed in on the abortion issue again, when this is actually something which has healed significantly in the United States in the last few years since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, as people have realized that this is a state issue and states can vote one way.
Guys, go check out my recent video, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul leaked fight video. Go check it out on my channel, newest video, before it gets taken down.
I think that the most important thing about this election was to make it much easier for their daughter to abort their grandchild. It's like, why did you think that was an appealing message when you have cost of living crisis, you have the world having conflict breaking out that didn't break out until recent years, when you have a totally open border, when you have the crime that comes from that, the debt that comes from that, the government overspend that comes from that. I mean, you know, as Elon Musk said the other day, there's about $2 trillion a year you could shave off from the federal government's budget in the US. And one of the things you could do would be to strip out all of the wasteful, woke nonsense, among other things, which isn't just not helping America, it's holding it back. And if they can do that, if they can strip out this horrible, destructive mechanism that's been put in place in teaching, in education, where American taxpayers pay more per student than almost anyone else in the world, and get out of it one of the worst education results of anywhere in the world, including the developed world. These are things that are really serious, and the Democrats did not run a serious campaign. They had an unserious candidate who wouldn't even answer a question seriously. So thank goodness that the American public have seen through that.
The God honest truth.
The leftist media has been in full meltdown mode. They haven't heeded any of the messages you just spoke about. They're just doubling down on the identity politics. And as entertaining as that is for me, and
Guys, check out the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight.
MSNBC's ratings
Who do I sound like, Charlie?
a staggering 54% in prime time shows like
I don't know who that is.
McDonald's have lost more than half their audience, and CNN is
Charlie Sheen? Is that who I sound like? That's who I feel like.
on some of its biggest stars. It seems like calling half the country Nazis, fascists, and white
Didn't work out too well for you. Cry about it.
formula, Douglas.
Well, no, it isn't. And some of us, Rita, we've said this for a while about them, haven't we? You know, I mean, it was amazing, as we said the other day, you know, that Kamala Harris's campaign went from joy to literally Hitler in 3 months. And most intelligent Democrats and leftists and others, and you know, anti-Trump Republicans, most of them will, I hope, spend this grieving process that they're going to go through actually learning some lessons. It's been very interesting in recent days. This isn't like post-2016 at all. There actually haven't been as many complete meltdowns. And there's lots of reasons for that, but I'd like to think, putting a positive spin on it, is that one of them is that some of the Democrats and others have actually started to get the message. Maybe we shouldn't call the public garbage. Maybe when Donald Trump wins the popular vote, it's not enough to call anyone who has ever supported him a Nazi. It's not enough to talk about brown white supremacists and black white supremacists and Jewish Nazis and everything else. And there will be some people who'll still try to do that. You just mentioned one of the particular people who's broken out of the asylum, Joy Reid. She's a pure race baiter. She's a black race baiter who just loves causing racial division in America. And she's one of the very few who's tried to double down since this. I don't see a future for people like her on the media. That their ratings are horrible and their behavior is much more horrible. And so no wonder people are turning off. I think it's really important. I say this, you know, the Democrats who ever want to get back into office again have to listen to this result and realize it wasn't the public that was wrong.
Absolutely, and just finally on Joy Reid, she had an Ivy League psychiatrist on just in the last couple of days saying stop seeing family members who voted for Trump. It's essential to stop communicating and spending the Christmas and holidays with your loved ones. Crazy, crazy stuff.
That psychiatrist and Joy Reid both need a proper psychiatrist themselves, and I hope they get help as soon as possible.
Douglas Murray, thanks for your time this evening.
Great pleasure.
So let's talk to the lady that we have been talking to for years now in anticipation of this election result. Our wonderful friend, Megyn Kelly. Megyn, can you believe it? It happened.
I know. God bless him. God did bless him, Paul. I mean, there are a lot of people here who really feel like it was divine right order, that he was saved at the Butler rally because he had something important to do, and that everything since then has been Trump fulfilling his destiny to retake this very important role and change the world, starting with our country. There's so much he can do on day one. It's actual, like, he will be saving lives on day one of his presidency.
It's a like and subscribe button, guys.
With the stroke of his pen. Joe Biden undid it with the stroke of his, and Trump can reassure us of our safety all along the southern border on day one of his presidency. It was his main issue that he ran on. I have zero doubt that he will do it. And for that reason today, I am celebrating. I think literally this was a life-saving election. Donald Trump was made for this fight, and now he will fulfill his ultimate destiny in these next 4 years, and then hopefully be able to somehow ride off into the sunset and enjoy a relaxing retirement, even though that doesn't sound like Donald Trump.
Now, I want to go back a couple of days before the election because you were at a rally and you gave a phenomenal speech. I want people to be able to see a little bit of it first.
I really enjoy this feeling of proving Mark Cuban wrong. And so here I am at a Trump rally, a strong, intelligent woman to prove Mark Cuban wrong again.
Now, forget RFKJ, forget the MSG rally. That's the moment where he won this election. You did it.
Definitely not. No, Trump got himself there. But I'll tell you, I was happy to do it, Paul, because, you know, it was like I've been so distressed over the gaslighting of the American people and of American women on the core issues that I know we care about. I mean, the Democrats define us entirely by our wombs and our ability to kill our unborn children. That is all they think we care about. And I am a woman. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. And I know that my own set of desires and hopes and my concerns for the world revolve around far more than the right to get an abortion if I or someone I know wants one. And so it was burning. It was burning me. I wanted to go out there and say what I know all of my friends actually care about, what I actually care about. And it's not entirely defined at all by abortion rights, which, by the way, as we've discussed, is a states' right issue. It is not a federal issue. That's all been one big head fake. So it was cathartic to stand up there and talk about the actual issues that are affecting women outside of that one, which has already been adjudicated. And to the extent it hasn't been, it's a matter of state and local elections, not the federal one. There are a lot of things the U.S. president can do to keep women safe. Anything revolving around abortion is not on the list. He doesn't have the power, and I'm sure the left is very happy to admit that now, that Donald Trump has actually won.
I reckon one of the most fascinating things about the election is that in deep red parts that voted for Trump by 10, 20 points, they also voted to legalise and protect abortion. Isn't that the whole idea of this country? That states have different laws, different systems, but they can also walk and chew gum at the same time.
Absolutely right. Same way you go to certain states in the union, and you'll see guys carrying very large guns that are AR-15s because it's open carry and they're allowed to just walk around having the guns. That can be very jarring to people visiting from other countries or blue states like New York, where you would never see that. That's fine. It's cultural. Each state has its own particular culture and personality and value set, and we knew that 250 years ago when the country was coming together. And it was a source of negotiation, saying we don't want to be homogenous. We want to be one union that works together on some common goals, but no one wants to give up their individual personalities or value sets. Only in in today's regime are we now suddenly told everyone must feel as the Democrats do when it comes to the abortion issue. So now we are settling back down into what used to be stasis, where each state is allowed to be its own independent laboratory on laws and values and so on, as long as they don't conflict with the ultimate laws, which are our Constitution. And the Supreme Court said in Dobbs that that's not regulated by the Constitution. States, do your thing. So now we're back where we ought to be. Second point, all the past 6 months or more, a year, the Democrats have been talking about how Kamala needs to be president because she needs to, at the federal level, write a national abortion law. Congress writes it, she'll sign it. Restoring the Roe regime in all 50 states. And all along I've been saying this is such a head fake, it's nonsense, because Congress doesn't have that power. Congress can only legislate certain things if it has the power written into it by the Constitution, like the Commerce Clause or the taxing power. If it doesn't fall within one of its enumerated powers, it can't regulate it. And that includes abortion. It doesn't have the power to regulate abortion at the national level. It's tried in the past. Some of those laws stood because they weren't challenged, arguing Congress didn't have the power to do it. But trust me, if Trump ever tried to sign an abortion ban, it would be, and the Supreme Court would say he doesn't have to do it. My point is simply, she was running around saying, we should do it, we should legislate it, and we should get rid of minority rights in the Senate with a filibuster. Get rid of the filibuster so that there's no more minority rights. We can get laws through with only 51 votes instead of the necessary 60 on things like this. And now that she's lost, will she admit that that was a terrible idea? Now that she's in the minority in the Senate, her party, you think they're going to maintain that same position, that it can be regulated on a national level, that the good idea is to get rid of minority rights in the Senate, to jam this down the throats of the American people writ large? You watch the 180, it's going to go like that.
Now, I know Harris, of course, officially conceded just a few hours ago, but I think the true insight into her character was that despite being the fighter and the person who was there for joy, on election night, she left the tens of thousands of people who had desperately hoped that they were going to watch some history, who had broken hearts, but she just left them by the side of the road.
She didn't even have the stones to go out there and face the people who supposedly love her and say, we're going to wait until tomorrow. There's still more counting to be done. And out of respect for the voters in those states, I'm going to hold off on my message. But I love you. I thank you for your tireless work on my behalf, and to be continued. It would not have taken anything more than that. But this woman, this I'm speaking, empowered woman, sent a male staffer out there who nobody even knew to tell them she wasn't coming. She was cowering in the back, just like Kamala's been doing. She's been cowering, and she's been cackling. And what she hasn't been doing is actually standing up and fighting for America's working class. And last night, they had the final say on her, saying, we're done. We don't believe in you anymore. Black, white, Hispanic. It was the working class that put Trump over the top, because he does speak to them, and he speaks for them. And Kamala Harris eventually spoke today, and hopefully now will be leaving the national stage very soon.
Look, she's obviously going to do better than the corpse of Joe Biden, but she, of course, was deeply unpopular as vice president. They were joking about her when it came to her mystical garbage word salads. Let's be honest, was her candidacy really dead on arrival?
Yeah, I do. I think that's true because of the economic situation in the United States, which she had a hefty hand in creating in the first place. They created this inflation. It did not have to happen. They took office and they started spending like drunken sailors, and it was not to solve the pandemic. They just used that as an excuse. We'd already dumped trillions back into the economy to help people suffering from the pandemic. They continued keeping that spigot on, and then they shoved this multi-trillion-dollar bill down our throats called the Inflation Reduction Act, which Biden would later admit was an obvious misnomer. It had nothing to do with solving inflation. It was all his green energy agenda items, which are very expensive and don't work. And when people were saying, we need relief on this inflation, we make 30 grand a year and prices are up 18%. We can't pay our rents, we can't pay our mortgages, we can't pay our heating bills. What we were told was, you're wrong. It's not happening. First it was, oh, it's Russia's fault because of the Ukraine war. Then it was, it's not happening. Then it was, okay, it's happening, but you should be grateful for it because in some way it's good for you. Or just suck it up. You're really just bitching about not being able to buy your latest Peloton. And that's why those guys in hard hats, like the ones behind me at that speech, wound up so disaffected and angry. Like, I know what's in my bank account. I know I can't afford $9 milk. I am not making it up. And so she started off hobbled to begin with because of those circumstances she helped create. And the same is true on immigration. They created it all. By design, by executive order, they undid all the protections Trump had in place. They wanted to open the border, and they got exactly the chaos they desired. They let 10 to 20 million illegals in this country who went to community after community and ruined the American experience for so many citizens, and killed and raped and molested children. This is not hyperbole. This actually has happened over the past 4 years. And then when asked, why did you do that? Finally, you pushed some lame immigration bill 3.5 years into your administration. Why didn't you do anything before? She just kept saying, well, I am going to talk to you now about what needs to be done, but it hasn't been done, but it needs to be done, and it's going to be done. That literally was her answer. So I think all of that set her up to fail because the policies were so disgusting and destructive that even an Obama-like politician would have had a serious uphill climb. But she's absolutely talentless as a politician, and that was on full display for the past 108 days.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier in the show. You know, in the same way that people, give up sugar or alcohol, tea, cigarettes, whatever, I reckon that for an awful lot of Americans, they've given up on a type of media that lazily we've called the mainstream media for a while. They're not the mainstream media, they're the old school media, they're the access media, they're the narrative media, they're the dominant media, because they, of course, did everything they could during this campaign to scandalise every little thing about Donald Trump. The reality was that was nowhere near where people were in this country. Now, that doesn't mean Trump is perfect and must be, covered like a North Korean leader, but am I right in feeling that for a lot of people, they're just done? They're done with the media and they're never going to interact with it again. They're going to get their news from people like you in places like YouTube.
That's exactly right. That's one of the most gratifying parts of today is that the leftist media is realizing they don't control the conversation anymore. We're not listening to them anymore. The American populace did not buy that he is Hitler or a fascist or a white supremacist or any of the nonsense. 10 years ago, I think the media could have pushed this narrative much more effectively. There was not as much competition. They were dominant. They had a monopoly over the sharing of news. And now it's a whole new world. And that is why you're seeing some of the reaction from people like Jen Psaki over on NBC, who's formerly of the Biden White House, saying what we really need to do is crack down on these alternate forms of information who need to be regulated just the same way we are. Those of us who have these very high standards where we push Russian collusion hoaxes, they need to rise up to our standards if they're going to be this important contributor to the national conversation. Well, you know what, Jen? You don't control that. You didn't win anybody that could govern us. And by the way, even if you did, you couldn't because there's this pesky thing called the First Amendment. What you're feeling is panic at the loss of power and control. And you should be feeling that because you've had it for far too long and you did not wield it responsibly. So I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the future of media for a long time has been individual relationships between consumers and I think individual news figures or podcast hosts, whomever you find trustworthy. And most people have a diet of a couple or a few. And it is not these corporate controlled entities that push their agendas on you from above. And they've never been so weak and non-credible as they are today. And that's yet another victory of the Trump win.
Let's look into the future. What is the number one thing that you are most excited about the early days of a Trump term?
Close the border. Close the border. As concerned as I am for our girls' sports, and it's right up there, almost my top issue, but the border's number one. People are dying. I mean, these are bad guys who are crossing that border, from terrorists to criminals to rapists, and they cannot be allowed to keep coming in here like it's a sieve, because once they get in here, we never get rid of them. And that's my number two most excited. That's the number two thing I'm most excited about, which is the deportations. Not of the guy who came 10 years ago and married a woman and they're living peacefully. That guy's not going to get deported. It's of the bad guys who have come here criminally, who get caught, and then they're not deported, and they're not even handed over to ICE, because we have these sanctuary cities that won't cooperate, all of which Trump is going to crack down on. He's promised that he will. Those people need to be sent back home or out of the country. We need to go full Aussie on them. You guys understand how not to deal with these people, and we need to take a lesson. And I think President Trump is committed to it, and I can't wait to send them back to Venezuela. So if they want to commit more crime, they can do it in their country of origin, and not in our towns and cities and at the expense of our kids. It's a disgrace that Biden and Harris let this go on as long as they did. My only concern and hope is that we changed power in time to undo it.
Megan, thank you for taking us on this journey as we think at times we're walking on eggshells, but the reality was the American people were headed only in one direction, and it's the direction that thankfully you and I have been talking about for a very long time. We love you, Dylan. I look forward to seeing you again next week back in the Man Cave.
Oh, thank you, Paul. It's a glorious day. Enjoy Washington, D.C., and enjoy what feels like the dawn of a new day and freedom. I mean, ironically, that was her motto, but it's what Trump is going to restore in the United States of America. God bless. God bless the USA.
Megan Kelly, you can find a show on SiriusXM or go and find it on YouTube.
And I just don't think that was enough.
No, and this is actually very interesting. If you go to Real Clear Politics, favorability, or actually if you look at their polling averages for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's numbers started to dip on October 23rd. So the dip that she experienced before the election really starts on October 23rd. On October 22nd, The Atlantic magazine dropped this, what they thought was a bombshell report about how Donald Trump was looking for generals that were like Hitler's generals. Not only did that dominate the media narrative for the next couple of days, but Democrats running the Harris campaign latched onto it. They even projected it onto Madison Square Garden ahead of Donald Trump's rally there. It became a talking point, and Kamala Harris's her polling average never recovered actually from that, and nobody's really made that connection. I'm not saying it's exactly the same correlation, but I do think it's an indication that Democrats, after they got that story and started sending Liz Cheney around to swing states and calling Donald Trump a fascist and comparing him to Hitler, that really distracted them from their economic message. And their economic message is honestly not great if you're someone in the state and you're still not feeling good about the economy. But they should have at least been trying to have that conversation instead of resorting to the fascism and the Hitler attacks.
Absolutely, I think it did them no favours, and people can really see through those attacks. So what does the future hold for the Democrats? What's next?
I'm so curious about this because they can either do what they did in 2016, which is double down on the Pope. So they could double down on blaming Russia and blaming sexism, and we are already seeing that from some corners of the party and of the media. On the other hand, this has now happened twice. Media favorability or media trust is tied for the all-time low that it hit in 2017 after the 2016 election. The business is a real problem for places obviously like the Washington Post, where we've seen Jeff Bezos all but beg his employees to let him run a business and to let him go back to journalistic practices before the modern era. So they can do one of two things. They can totally double down, or they can learn lessons. And right now I'm not seeing a lot of signs that they're actually willing to say, we need to persuade people and regain their trust. They're pointing fingers. And again, it's early, but the indications are not good.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Look, we're also going to see RFK Jr. have a role in Trump's team, particularly to do with health. How significant is this?
This is huge. Now, what he wants to do is going to take an enormous amount of just manpower, political will to accomplish. So even with 4 years, what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wants to accomplish at, for example, the FDA, it's going to take a lot. I just don't think there's too much you can do. It's sort of like trying to turn the Titanic around in terms of what his goals are. That said, there are executive actions, there are regulations that can be rolled back, there are regulations that can be enacted. He'll be really hard for Trump to confirm to a Senate-confirmed position, so like a cabinet secretary or something like that. But it's possible that he can serve as sort of a czar, a shadow advisor who's heavily influencing whoever is in charge of the FDA or the Department of like DHS or these health organizations, or HHS, I should say, Health and Human Services. So he can play a really significant role. Will it be as dramatic as people on the left are claiming? I don't think so. It's just, I mean, you just don't even have enough time when you have a 4-year term.
What about the MAGA movement? You mentioned time. Obviously, Trump's only got 4 more years, but he really has created this MAGA movement that I think will carry through.
This is the thing that Republicans have to figure out right now, is Donald Trump is making these gains in states like Maryland and New Jersey that contributed to his ability to win the popular vote. Similarly, he got people who didn't turn out in the midterm elections, low propensity voters, people who are not reliable in terms of their turnout, to actually come and vote on election day. Can other Republicans do that? Can they do that with Hispanic men? Can they do that with young men? I don't know. I mean, I think it's a huge question because Trump is so singular. He's the guy who has Dana White and Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. And, while on paper Elon Musk might want to support J.D. Vance or Tom Cotton or some other senator, having him actually go out and do as much as he did for Donald Trump and to rally the momentum in the public and in popular culture, I feel like that's really what ultimately swept all of these low propensity voters to the polls. So whether that can be repeated without Trump on the ballot, Republicans now need to figure out how they can do that, if they can do that.
Absolutely. Emily Dushinsky, so great to speak with you. Thank you so much for joining us on Power Hour.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Joining us now is Make America Hot Again organizer Raquel DeBono from New York City. Raquel, so great to see you again. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling amazing. It's been a huge victory today in New York City. We were walking by Trump Tower, and spirits were high. MAGA hats were out and spirits were high.
I love to hear it. Look, this election has shown that New York City is not as blue as it used to be. Donald Trump won 30% of the vote there yesterday, which is up from 2020 and 2016. So how was it last night celebrating his victory in New York City?
I mean, a lot of New Yorkers in general are pretty terrified to admit that they're MAGA girls or MAGA Republicans in general. And I think we physically saw a room full of young Republicans and a new face to the conservative movement and party. And, there's a lot of young voters who were scared to speak their mind and scared of, social isolation or ostracization. And I think physically in the room, which we filled with 50% women, 50% men, we saw a new generation and a realignment in the party.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think what Trump supporters have in common, particularly if they're in big cities, is they've had to face a lot of hate, a lot of shame, a lot of demonization. But maybe there's a shift and people can wake up and realize that Trump supporters are not the worst people in the world. But what do you put it down to? Because it's not just in rural areas that we saw people voting for Trump, but we also saw that happening in big cities and supporting the MAGA movement. What was it about the MAGA movement that gained so much support this time around?
I mean, especially being in a big city as a young woman, safety is more important to me than above all else. And I think a lot of the crime we've seen from people coming over the border, the mistreatment of women at the southern border, and issues like this have really got people to wake up. And they wake up every morning, they feel unsafe going on the New York City subway. To get to work, you feel unsafe. You physically don't feel comfortable in your country, in your home, in your city. And I think for me personally, it's safety above all else.
Yeah. Look, your movement, Make America Hot Again, it's a bit of fun, but how have you seen that really grown and what were you hearing from voters last night?
Voters last night, the biggest response I got was, I'm so excited to be in a room filled with normal, good-looking people
that,
I don't have to hide my views around. They're like, this is crazy. I can actually say what I'm thinking with and I said, listen, like, we need to wake up as New Yorkers. You are allowed to have an opinion. You are allowed to have a vote. Your vote matters. You can vote differently than me, but I still respect your vote. I'm not going to, cancel you as a friend and tell you to never speak to me again because of the way you vote. And I think that there's been this thing that if you are a Trump supporter, you are a racist, you are a bigot. And the crazy thing is, I do a lot of street interviews in New York City. Every black man I spoke to specifically all told me they were voting for Trump. Okay?
Yeah.
We've seen minorities come out in record numbers, young people coming out in record numbers. There was a 7% increase to the amount of people who, Gen Z audience specifically, who voted for Trump. And, last night at the party, we had things like, I brought McDonald's French fries, and like, we're really playing off that MAGA energy of Trump doing these sort of like crazy fun things during the campaign where he went and, served McDonald's at a McDonald's French fries in Pennsylvania. So we were really just playing on that, fun energy, that really piggybacking that off the Trump campaign. And it's been light from the start, and we really wanted to bring that spirit. Because like I said, they think that we're, haters, you're a horrible person. And we wanted to show, look, we're going to have fun.
Yeah.
We're going to have a good time, and we don't have to be ashamed to be Trump supporters.
Raquel, I love that you did that. I think Trump's campaigning was just amazing. Watching him at McDonald's and then watching him dress up as a garbage truck driver was just brilliant. Look, I want your opinion. Why did Kamala Harris fail? Was she too radical left? Was it the celebrities that started to buddy up to her? Was it because she picked Tim Walz? What really went wrong for her?
A lot of people say she was pandering to the left, but the reality is that she actually became more of a centrist during this, election cycle, and she actually was pandering to the middle vote. And a lot of people say, well, she wasn't left enough. Well, that's crazy, because I think Kamala is proven to be one of the most liberal women we've seen in office. I mean, I think that there's a variety of factors. The fact that, she has really pushed this idea that if you're not with us, you're stupid. Okay, calling women stupid. Comments by Mark Cuban saying women are dumb. If you support Trump, you cannot be an intelligent woman. That's just not true.
Yeah.
And she's saying that we're fear mongering, but the reality on the ground is who is fear mongering? Who, you throw out topics like abortion, you think you're going to win an election based on abortion, straight up, and that's just, women are smarter than that in general too. And I think there's a lot of other issues that, people say that Trump hates women. Okay, Trump has done more to protect women than anyone else. He's protected women. Women's sports, for example, is a great, starting point from that. Women's sports need to be protected. Women at the southern border, are being sex trafficked, etc. Like, that's protecting women. Protecting women starts at our southern border, and that carries on into our country. Like, we want Americans to be taken care of first, and Americans have felt, they have this anger and they're upset because, of course, other people come into our country and, they get to be in a position where they're treated better than an American. And that's just not a reality that people are okay with anymore. She kept saying, we're going to turn the page. What do you mean you're turning the page? Like, what is this lady talking about? We're going to turn the page. You are in office. It's crazy to me. And people are like, well, she doesn't have that much power. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that you're the one in charge. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you could do stuff. You could do stuff in that role as VP. It's a little bit wild.
Yeah, that was pretty hard. I think the gaslighting and the pretending that she hasn't been, running the country with Joe Biden for the past 4 years, people could see right through it. And if you look at the funding, it's pretty amazing because Kamala Harris had around triple the amount of funding compared to Trump's camp. She had nearly $1 billion thrown at her and she failed. So, I think that says a lot about how Americans feel about her and the Democrat Party at the moment. But finally, serious question. How intentional were all of Joe Biden's mistakes in the final days of the campaign? Was it just him losing his marbles or did he do it deliberately?
I mean, I think he's being a little bit petty. And who can blame the man? Because sometimes the petty story is truly a little bit entertaining. I mean, the man got pushed out of his own party. I actually feel bad for Joe Biden, truly, because he got pushed out of his own party and now people are blaming, he didn't pull out fast enough, she didn't have enough time to campaign. What are you guys talking about? Because when she initially first came out, she was doing well in the polls. And at the last second, her campaign pushed to sort of get her on more talk shows, etc., and change her, tactics right at the very end. And that just wasn't enough time. People didn't know what she stood for.
where she stood on certain issues.
Yeah. So, and that's just not, people want someone who stands for something, who has integrity, who doesn't just pander to their audience and tell you what you want to hear.
Raquel De Bono coming to us from New York City. It is so great to speak with you. Thank you so much for joining us on Power Hour.
Thank you so much.
Joining us now from Texas is Tarrant County GOP Chairman Bo French. Bo, thank you so much for joining us once again. A huge win for Donald Trump. What do you put the result down to?
I think there's a few things. One, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. The American people were just fed up with unchecked illegal aliens flowing into our country to the tune of 20 million over the last 4 years. The Biden and Harris administration undid what was, at the time, the most secure border we had ever had in America. They undid that. They're responsible for it. They own it. And I think that really, from that policy, really flowed most of the problems we've had in this country. Massive increase in crime. That has contributed to inflation. Obviously, the amount of spending that they've done, we've caught them funneling money through these various NGOs directly to illegal aliens. These are the kind of things that just American people are fed up with. They don't want that kind of nonsense happening. And then you look at some of the social issues, saying that it's okay for boys to compete in girls' sports, this radical transgender agenda in schools. The Democrats have just gone too far to the left. Obviously, people who used to be just traditional Democrats have come over and joined forces with the Republicans to vote for Donald Trump for president.
Yeah, it's interesting. Have you noticed more people around you who've never voted for Trump before, but they did this time around? For example, we've got one example of this woman.
I'm actually going to be voting for Trump.
Remind us, have you voted for Trump previously?
I was honestly a never Trumper. I never ever thought I was going to do it.
It's interesting, online there are a few never Trumpers that are proudly saying that they voted for Trump this time around. Is that something you've noticed?
Yeah, I have some close friends who business associates and close friends who never voted for Trump. They didn't really like him. It was more of a personality thing. They thought maybe that he was, they sort of bought into the fear that he might be dangerous in some way, or just not really in it for the American people, but in it for himself. And I think what they've seen now is we had 4 years of Donald Trump and then 4 years of the disastrous policies of the Harris and Biden administration. And they just completely woken up and they're like, man, were we wrong? We want Donald Trump to be president again because things were so much better for everybody. Lower taxes, lower regulation, a thriving business environment, manufacturing coming back to the States, a secure border. All of these things just were big, boxes checked for these people.
It's interesting watching some of the mainstream media coverage of this election. The hosts on The View simply can't accept that Donald Trump won this fair and square.
I'm surprised at the result, but I'm not surprised. As a woman of color, I was so hopeful that a mixed-race woman married to a Jewish guy could be elected president of this country. And I think that it had nothing to do with policy. I think this was a referendum of cultural resentment in this country.
What do you make of that, saying it has nothing to do with the policy?
I mean, it's literally the opposite of that. Let me just say that my cup today overflows with leftist tears, and I'm not upset about that. But listen, these people try to make everything about personality and about the fact that she was a woman or the fact that she came from, a not white background. Most people actually don't care about that. And if you look at the breakdown of voters, you will see how women voted, how blacks voted, how Hispanics voted. I mean, across the board, this was a resounding rejection of that, politics of identity like that. I think it's really all the Democrats had in our country was try to make it about some identity as opposed to what policies actually affect your, daily life. And when groceries cost 50% more than they did 4 years ago, people feel that.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, talk to us about what this means for the people in Texas. We spoke about the border, the immigration crisis, but also what's on voters' minds there in America is foreign policy.
Well, sure. If you look around the world, the danger lurks everywhere. We have, China and Taiwan. We have Russia and Ukraine. We have the Middle East situation. So I think people are uneasy with the the inability of the current administration to negotiate with these foreign powers. And I think people saw Kamala Harris as someone who just simply would be wholly inadequate at the negotiating table. You know, imagine her sitting across the table from Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping. I mean, like, it would just be laughable. I mean, Donald Trump has a track record of being able to negotiate with all these people. You know, he gets a lot of credit because he actually compliments them. But the way that he's complimenting them is because they were reasonable when he negotiated with them, and he was able to negotiate, you know, good outcomes for America. Which, I mean, I think most voters look at that and like, no, we want that back in the White House.
What about JD Vance? What can we expect from him?
And he is a rising star. I mean, is there anybody more eloquent or knowledgeable or just an even keel personality? I think a lot of people have seen these long form interviews he's done, where they just see him as he's a regular guy. He came up from a disadvantaged background, but he has excelled and really to the highest levels now, and is very accomplished. And I think people see him as sort of a steady hand who can back up President Trump, but also just be there as kind of the future of the party 4 years from now when President Trump's term is over.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to watch what happens over the next few weeks, months, and then, of course, the next 4 years. Tarrant County GOP Chairman Beau French, thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Joining us now is Washington editor of The Spectator, Amber Duke. Amber, thank you so much for joining us on Power Hour. You're in Washington, D.C. at the moment. What's the reaction been like over there to the news that Donald Trump is going to be president again?
Surprisingly muted. When we chatted yesterday, I predicted that there might be riots in response to Trump victory, which some people on the ground were suggesting, and we haven't really seen that at all. There's been some pretty small protests, but really after it became clear that Vice President Kamala Harris was not going to come out last night and give her concession speech, she was going to wait until this evening. The crowds that were gathered basically just dissipated and went home, especially the crowd that was at her alma mater, Howard University. They left around midnight when they had Cedric Richmond, one of the campaign managers, come out, tell them that Kamala was not giving remarks. And then even today for her speech where she did concede to the former President Donald Trump, it was a much smaller group than they might have expected. And so just ancillary to that, you haven't really seen protests or anything of the sort. Now, on my way home from Michigan, there were a lot of Trump fans in the airport who were incredibly excited, wearing all of their Trump merch, and were really just very happy.
Yeah, so a few MAGA hats out yesterday in Sydney. Look, we spoke yesterday about cry rooms being set up for students to cope with the fact that Donald Trump has got in, and therapy dogs being used. What have you heard or seen? Have they been in use?
Yeah, so we actually had one of our reporters at The Spectator, Juan P. Billismill, go to one of the safe spaces at Georgetown University's McCourt School of Public Policy, which is a school for people who are aspiring to be at least adjacent to politics, yet apparently could not handle the results of a Democratic election. They had hot chocolate for students. They had actually printed out child therapy guides for people to express their emotions. And apparently there were quite a few students there who were quite dejected and filling out these guides and making kaleidoscopes and doing arts and crafts to apparently cope with the loss. It was really quite sad.
I think some people need to go in there and say it's going to be okay. But just looking online, here are some lefties completely freaking out that Donald Trump is going to be the next president.
I'm sorry. No! Why? Do you really hate me that bad? What the hell?
So much screaming. Did you see anything like that?
Not in person, but I think those videos are an indictment of really the mainstream media and the Democratic Party here in the U.S. they have been spending this entire election cycle accusing Trump of being divisive, accusing him of running a dark campaign. That's a headline I saw in the New York Times this morning. And Kamala Harris herself suggesting that Trump is a fascist, that he will not leave office if he takes power again. Hillary Clinton compared his rally at Madison Square Garden to a 1939 Nazi rally. And so these people are being fed with these lies from the people that they trust, the people in power. And now Kamala Harris has come out, given her concession speech, and is reassuring people that it's going to be okay. Well, which one is it? Is Trump an evil fascist who's going to destroy democracy and ruin the country, or is everything going to be okay? Obviously, we have 4 years of Trump as a guide to know that, yeah, everything is going to be okay. In fact, it was better 4 years ago when he was in office than it is now. But a lot of people have bought into this idea that he is going to be the harbinger of doom and the demise of the United States of America.
Yeah, that's right. There's so much fear being drilled into Americans nearly everywhere you look. When you listen to Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, when you turn on CNN, MSNBC, no wonder people are so scared of him. But just some more lefties losing their minds, completely freaking out. Those who didn't want to necessarily film themselves still had to write a message on social media. How's this really insightful message? There's a reason why educated people vote blue. What we're seeing is the uneducated population of America holding the rest of the country hostage. So it's pretty sad when you see messages like that. Of course, that was inevitable to see when there's a Donald Trump win, and that's just not going to stop people from thinking that he's the worst person in the world and this is the worst possible outcome.
Those types of messages are precisely why the Democratic Party has lost the working class coalition that makes up a bulk of the American voter base, because they talk down to them, they have contempt for them, they sneer at them, and they look at what the supposedly educated elites have brought to this country over the past 50 years, and they don't feel like their policies are benefiting them. And that's a completely valid and reasonable way to feel about the way that politics has been operating in this country. And then you also have people accusing Trump supporters of being racist, whereas he actually gained most with minority groups. He got 45% of the Latino vote in swing states. It was even higher. He outright won the Latino vote in Michigan. He also made major gains with black voters, particularly black men, and even flipped Osceola County in Florida, which is the county with the highest population of Puerto Ricans in the entire country. There was obviously a whole news cycle about how this Madison Square Garden joke about Puerto Rico was going to flip the election for Kamala Harris. So again, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on where they would rather blame anyone but themselves, and the convenient scapegoat for them is the voters. But of course, that's the fundamental problem, is that the voters are sending a message that they're not going to be belittled, talked down to, or taken for granted any longer.
Absolutely. And in your view, where did the Democrats really go wrong? I think the scare campaign around women's reproductive rights didn't help, and you can't really run an election campaign with not many policies. Her policies were vague at best, and the main one was about abortion.
Well, it goes all the way back to deciding to exercise a coup, basically, against Joe Biden as the nominee, and installing Kamala Harris without a hint of a democratic process. That was really the beginning of it, because she was so unpopular in 2019. She was one of the first candidates to drop out of the Democratic primary and had an even lower approval rating than Joe Biden in what was a historically unpopular administration. So there wasn't a whole lot that she could do just to make up for those fundamentals. But talking about policy would have been a great idea for her. Instead, she intentionally kept things incredibly vague. And most importantly, she did not delineate how she would be different than Joe Biden, even saying in an interview on The View that she couldn't think of a single thing that she would have done differently than the current president. Again, when you're in an unpopular administration with people who feel 75% about a voter say that the country is on the wrong track, you have economy and immigration as the top two issues. For an incumbent, that's a death sentence.
Absolutely. Look, what's your prediction? What's going to happen with Kamala Harris's future?
If I were the Democratic Party, I would want nothing to do with her anymore. She has proven herself to be toxic. She ran a disastrous campaign, doing basically the opposite of what any normal campaign strategist would recommend for someone in her position. And again, going back to 2019, she wasn't a good candidate then either. I was kind of surprised that she was even chosen to be the vice president for Joe Biden's administration. They should run as far away from her as possible, but if her speech today was any indication, she still believes that she has a future in politics at the top levels of the Democratic Party. I would not be surprised to see her take another run at this thing in 2028, but she's going to have a lot of heavy competition there because guess what? There's going to actually be a primary, and there's a lot of other Democrats like Josh Shapiro, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, who are going to be chomping at the bit to take their bite at the apple.
Absolutely. And the Duke, Washington editor of The Spectator, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Donald Trump's victory in the US presidential election has raised fresh questions about Prince Harry's future in the United States. Riley Sullivan is a reporter here at skynews.com.au and he's always across the latest headlines from the royal family. Riley, great to see you.
Great to be here.
President-elect Donald Trump has previously made it clear that he's no fan of the Sussexes. So what could this mean for Prince Harry's residency in the US?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the big questions now that Harry and Meghan are going to have to deal with. Of course, Donald Trump is going to be back in office that is, and he's made it clear, that he's not a fan of Harry. He was asked several months ago, would you deport Harry? Because of course, this all hinges on Harry's admissions in the past in his book Spare about taking drugs, which in some cases can actually disqualify you from permanent residency or citizenship. And Trump said then he's not going to protect Harry. More recently, Eric Trump has said it's not a priority, we don't really care about Harry, but reportedly, I mean, I don't think it would be a surprise to learn that Harry and Meghan are already taking precautionary steps because, whether Donald Trump makes good on his claim that he could deport them or not, of course this does throw into doubt their plans. And some people even think that their recent purchase of a property in Portugal, which is a holiday home, could be their sort of preemptive way of having a second base in case Trump does actually deport Harry. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. I think that they're probably making a backup plan just in case he means business.
Oh, that's interesting. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Buckingham Palace has confirmed that Queen Camilla will take a short break from royal duties due to a chest infection. What's been the reaction to the news that the Queen's unwell?
Yeah, I mean, sad news for Camilla. Obviously, we just saw her here in Australia a couple of weeks ago for the royal tour. She was in great health, filling in the days of the engagements. I mean, it was just a massive tour. And she's back home in the UK, and unfortunately, she's unwell. I think everyone in the UK probably took a collective breath when they saw the headlines because, there's been so many shocks to the royal family this year in terms of health. Of course, King Charles and Princess Catherine both diagnosed with cancer. Luckily, this isn't that serious. Buckingham Palace has said that it is just a pretty mild chest infection, but still, Camilla's going to be out of action for the time being. And yeah, definitely wishing her a speedy recovery.
So many health scares for members of the royal family, wishing them all well. There's also been some major updates in King Charles' ongoing battle to evict his brother Prince Andrew at the Royal Lodge. Could the Duke of York end up staying in the home after all?
I mean, this is such a fascinating story. It's been over a year now that Charles has reportedly been trying to evict Prince Andrew and his ex-wife Sarah Ferguson out of Royal Lodge. Supposedly the home is decaying inside. I heard a report recently that even though they've done some work on the exterior recently to kind of keep it up to standard, it's just sort of all kind of falling apart because it's this huge property. It's something like 30 bedrooms. Wow. One of the sort of showcase properties of the royal family, and it was fine, I think, when Andrew was a working royal and had the money and the funds coming in to maintain the home, but he really doesn't. I mean, the fact of the matter is he is living in disgrace. He doesn't get any kind of allowance from his brother anymore. So there's really no money. There's questions how they're going to stay here, but reportedly Andrew has insisted to King Charles that he will come up with the money. He thinks that he's going to use some of his business contacts from his time as a trade envoy for the UK to somehow bring in money to fund the home. It's all quite opaque at the moment, but Andrew's committed to staying in Royal Lodge is the latest.
Okay, and Prince William, he's currently on a 4-day tour of South Africa where the future king met up with Australia's own Robert Irwin. What do we know about Will and Robert's catch-up?
I love these two together. I just think, two icons, obviously, the future king, the Prince of Wales, and then Aussie icon, Aussie royalty, Robert Irwin. Absolutely. They've been working together now for a little while. Robert is an ambassador for William's Earthshot Prize charity, which is all about the environment and engaging people on new approaches to tackling climate change and protecting the environment. and he invited Robert along to his trip in South Africa. They caught up, and again, what was on the agenda was talking about conservation. They went for a walk in a national park together in South Africa. They met rangers. You know, I just think it's such a great partnership between William and Robert, and just great to see. It goes to show that, you know, William really does have a master touch when it comes to choosing ambassadors and choosing people to partner up with that he knows resonate with the public.
Riley Sullivan, so great to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is Power Hour. Thank you for your company. We'll see you next week. Make sure you subscribe to Sky News Australia on YouTube.
Food processing, and healthcare industries that impact our current state of national health. Once we have described what has occurred, suggestions for steps we can take to put us on a better path will be discussed. As our panelists will detail, the current state of America's national health is not good. Even though America's healthcare system spent $4.5 trillion in 2022, or over $13,000 per person. Those who seriously question the current orthodoxy or offer alternative treatments and approaches are generally ridiculed, vilified, and canceled, with concerted effort made to destroy their reputations and careers. We all witnessed this during the pandemic as eminently qualified and respected doctors who had the courage and compassion to treat COVID patients using cheap, generic drugs were fired, sued, and either lost their medical licenses and certifications or had them seriously threatened. Unfortunately, this intimidation works, as most doctors remain silent in order to maintain their good standing in the medical establishment. The catalyst for this event was an interview I saw with Dr. Casey Maines and her brother Callie. When it comes to nutrition, we all face the same daunting variety of opinions, guidelines, and diet recommendations. Dr. Means does an excellent job of simplifying the basic concept of how our bodies convert food to energy and how that miraculous process, and I want to underline that miraculous process, can and has been impaired. I'm grateful that she and her brother have been able to join us here today. I'm also very pleased that Robert Kennedy Jr. is here. His environmental advocacy connected him to mothers with autistic children, and his subsequent advocacy for children's health and chronic illness. Because of corporate capture of regulatory agencies, the connection between environmental factors and pharmaceutical adverse impacts on health have not been adequately explored. Callie Means has helped assemble a highly qualified group of doctors and nutritional and fitness experts to discuss these issues and make a case for robust research into causes and effects. I'm extremely grateful for the time and effort all of these participants have devoted to these issues and to the event today. Again, the title of today's event is American Health and Nutrition, a Second Opinion, with emphasis on the word opinion. I am truly amazed at how much knowledge mankind has accumulated over time, and how rapidly the acquisition of knowledge has accelerated in our lifetimes. With that said, however, I still believe that what we don't know vastly exceeds what we do know. As we pursue a greater understanding of human health and seek answers to questions we have been discouraged to even ask, I sincerely hope we approach our quest with the humility and modesty that reality demands. With that, I'm very pleased to introduce Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Really needs no introduction, but I have a short one. He's an environmental lawyer and the chairman and founder of Children's Health Defense. He has spent 40 years fighting corrupt corporations and government agencies in efforts of restoring and protecting the health of children and ending childhood health epidemics by eliminating environmental exposures. Mr. Kennedy.
I want to begin by by thanking Senator Johnson for his courage and the gift that he had of critical thinking, which survived the orchestrated fear that we fought, that we all encountered during the pandemic. He was the only member of this body for some time that was willing to challenge the orthodoxies. He was subsequently joined by one other key member, Rand Paul, and he faced the same kind of vilification, marginalization, the demonization, the discreditization that he just referred to, that was applied in such an extraordinary way to the scientists, the medical professionals, and the people, the individuals who were injured by some of these government policies, who were systematically silenced, not only by the government agencies that are captured by the pharmaceutical companies that were profiting by hundreds of billions from these policies, and that exercise such an extraordinary control over this body, but also by the mainstream media in this country, which also gets 47% of its advertising revenue from the companies that profited during that period. And Senator Johnson, you gave so many of us extraordinary hope during that period. I honestly don't know what would have happened to this country if you had not been there. And there was an extraordinary personal cost that you paid for it. You and I became not only professional associates, but close personal friends during that period. And you are somebody that, in my mind, was a supervillain prior to the pandemic, and now you're one of my biggest heroes. I'm very grateful. When discussing improvements to U.S. healthcare policy, politicians from both parties often say that we have the best healthcare system in the world. That is a lie. The U.S. healthcare system is an existential threat to our country. If the American experiment fails, it will not be because we had the wrong marginal tax rate. It won't be because we don't have the perfectly optimized level of social safety net spending. It won't be because of the culture war and DEI issues and the media trumpets to orchestrate the division among all of us. No, if America fails, the chief reason will be because we let our country get sicker, more depressed, fatter, more infertile, at an increasing rate, while crippling our national security, bankrupting our national budget with healthcare costs. Every major pillar of the U.S. healthcare system, as a statement of economic fact, makes money when Americans get sick. The most valuable asset in this country today is a sick child. The pharma industry, the hospital industry, and medical school industry make more money when there are more interventions to perform on Americans. And by requiring insurance companies to take no more than 15% of premiums, Obamacare actually incentivized insurance companies to raise premiums to get 15% of a larger pie. This is why premiums have increased 100% since the passage of Obamacare, making healthcare the largest driver of inflation while American life expectancy plummets. We spend 4 times per capita on healthcare than the Italians, but Italians live 7.5 years longer than us on average. And incidentally, Americans had one of the highest life expectancies in the world when I was growing up. Today, we've fallen an average of 6 years behind our European neighbors. Are we lazier and more suicidal than Italians? Or is there a problem with our system? Are there problems with our incentives? Are there problems with our food? During the COVID epidemic, with the highest body count of any country in the world, we had 17% of the COVID deaths in this country. We only had 4.2% of the world's population. We literally had the worst record of any country in the world. All this should have been a blaring wake-up call to our weakened American immune systems. Our health leaders said that COVID was a pharmaceutical deficiency. This was a lie. We have the highest chronic disease rate on earth, and according to the CDC, the average American who died from COVID had, on average, 3.8 chronic diseases. So these were people who had immune system collapse, who had mitochondrial dysfunction. And no other country has anything like this. 2/3 of American adults and children suffer from chronic health issues. 50 years ago, that number was 1%. When my uncle was president, about 1% of the children in this country had chronic disease. Today, that number may be as high as 60%. In America, 74% of Americans are now overweight or obese, including 50% of our children. 120 years ago, when somebody was obese, they were sent to the circus. There were case reports written about them. Obesity was virtually unknown. Today, almost 50% of teens in the United States are overweight or obese. In Japan, the childhood obesity rate is 3%. Half of Americans have prediabetes or type 2 diabetes. And when I was 10 years old and my uncle was president, a typical pediatrician would see one case of type 2 juvenile diabetes during his 40 or 50 year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 children who walk through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And it's causing, and diabetes, and the same mitochondrial disorder that causes diabetes is also causing the epidemic of Alzheimer's in this country, which is now classified as diabetes. And it's costing this country more than our military budget every year. It is a crisis that 77% of our kids are too disabled to serve in the United States military. In my generation, the odds and rate of autism were about 1 in 10,000. And in my kids' generation, 1 in every 34 children. In the state of California where I live, it's 1 in 22. And by the way, there has been no change in diagnosis, which is the industry alibi. Study after study, there's been no change in screening either. Study after study shows that this is a change in incidence. We are in the midst of an epidemic. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? These are the most precious assets that we have in this country. How can we let this happen to them? How can we call ourselves a moral nation, the exemplary democracy in the world, if we are treating our children like this? About 18% of American teens now have fatty liver disease. That disease, when I was a boy, only affected late-stage alcoholics who were elderly. Cancer rates are skyrocketing in the young and old. Young adult cancers are up 79%, and 1 in 4 American women is on antidepressant medication. 40% of teens have a mental health diagnosis. 15% of high schoolers are on Adderall, and 500,000 American children are on SSRIs. No other country has anything like this. So what's causing all of this suffering? I'll name 2 culprits. First and worst is ultra-processed foods. 70% of American children's diet is now ultra-processed, which means industrial manufactured in a factory. These foods consist primarily of processed sugar, ultra-processed grain, and seed oils. Laboratory scientists, many of them whom were formerly working for the cigarette industry, which purchased all the big food companies in the 1970s and 80s, deployed their thousands of scientists to invent new chemicals to make our food more addictive. And these ingredients didn't exist 100 years ago. Humans are not biologically adapted to eat them. Hundreds of these chemicals are now banned in Europe, but they are ubiquitous in American processed foods. We are literally poisoning our children systematically for profit. The second culprit is toxic chemicals in our food, our medicine, and our environment. Pesticides, food additives, pharmaceutical drugs, and toxic waste permeate every cell in our bodies. This assault on our children's cells and hormones is unrelenting. They are swimming around in a toxic soup. And to name just one problem, many of these chemicals increase estrogen because young children are ingesting so many of these hormone disruptors. America's fertility rate has now dropped. Sperm counts in teens are about 50% of what they were a couple of generations ago, and testosterone rates have dropped in the same rate. American puberty rates among our little girls is now 10 to 13 years of age. Our country has the earliest puberty rate of any continent. This is 6 years younger than it was in 1900. This is not normal. Breast cancer is also estrogen-driven and now strikes 1 in 8 women. We are mass poisoning all of our children and all of our adults. Industry lobbyists have made sure that most of the food stamp lunch program, about 70% of foods, that most of the school lunch program, and about 70% of food stamps are processed foods. We give 8 times as much subsidies to tobacco in this country than we do to fruits and vegetables. It makes no sense if we want a healthy country. The good news is that we can change all this, and we can change it very, very, very quickly. And it starts with taking a sledgehammer to corruption, to the conflicts in our regulatory agency and in this building. These conflicts have transformed our regulatory agencies into predators against the American people, and particularly our children. 80% of NIH grants go to people who have conflicts of interest, and these scientists are allowed to collect royalties of $150,000 a year on the products that they develop at NIH and then farm out to the pharmaceutical industry. The FDA, the USDA, and the CDC are all controlled by giant for-profit corporations. Their function is no longer to improve and protect the health of Americans. Their function is to advance the mercantile and commercial interests of the pharmaceutical industry that has transformed them, and the food industry that has transformed them into sock puppets for the industry they're supposed to regulate. 75% of FDA funding does not come from taxpayers. It comes from pharma. And pharma executives and consultants and lobbyists cycle in and out of these agencies. Money from the healthcare industry has compromised our regulatory agencies and to this body as well. The reality is that many congressional healthcare staffers are worried about impressing their future bosses at pharmaceutical companies rather than doing the right thing for American children. Today, over 100 members of Congress support a bill to fund Ozempic with Medicare at $1,500 a month. Most of these members have taken money from the manufacturer of that product, a European company called Novo Nordisk. As everyone knows, once a drug is approved for Medicare, it goes to Medicaid. And there's a push to recommend Ozempic for Americans as young as 6 over a condition, obesity, that is completely preventable and barely even existed 100 years ago. Since 74% of Americans are obese, the cost of all of them, if they take their Ozempic prescriptions, will be $3 trillion a year. This is a drug that has made Novo Nordisk the biggest company in Europe. It's a Danish company But the Danish government does not recommend it. It recommends a change in diet to treat obesity and exercise. Virtually Novo Nordisk's entire value is based upon its projections of what Ozempic is going to sell to Americans. For half the price of Ozempic, we could purchase regeneratively raised organic agriculture or organic food for every American, 3 meals a day, and gym membership for every obese American. Why are members of Congress doing the bidding of this Danish company instead of standing up for American farmers and children? Because Novo Nordisk is one of the largest funders of medical research, the media and politicians and the medical schools all go along with them. For 19 years, solving the childhood chronic disease crisis has been the central goal of my life. And for 19 years, I have prayed to God every morning to put me in a position to end this calamity. I believe we have the opportunity for transformational bipartisan change to transform American health, to hypercharge our human capital, to improve our budget, and I believe to save our spirits and our country. I am grateful for Senator Johnson's focus on this country's most important issue. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bobby, and thank you for your kind words at the start of your talk. You mentioned the word courage. I don't know anybody who doesn't demonstrate courage more than you have. I don't know of anybody. I don't know anybody who's been more vilified and ridiculed and marginalized and canceled or paid as heavy a personal price for advocating for children's health, for making the decisions you made over the last couple of years and literally in the last month or two. Not only is your concentration on chronic health something that is unbelievably important for this nation, and I think, as Tucker Carlson said about Dr. Casey Means, it helped change the world. What you have demonstrated in your new alliance, setting differences aside, concentrating on an area of agreement, I think represents exactly how we as Americans can unify and heal this nation. So again, what you've demonstrated in your contribution is just priceless. So God bless you. Thank you. Our next presenter is Michaela Peterson Fuller. Ms. Fuller is a podcaster, lifestyle, and diet blogger, the co-founder and CEO of Peterson Academy, and the founder of Fuller Health and the Lion Diet. The Lion Diet is a therapeutic and plant-free ketogenic diet that can be used to treat autoimmunity and psychiatric disorders. On the Michaela Peterson podcast, she discusses health, cultural phenomena, politics, and other topics. Ms. Fuller.
Thank you very much. I'm going to skip my intro. When I was 2, I started to limp, and at 7, I was diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis in 37 joints. At age 8, I was put on injectable immunosuppressants. At 12, I was diagnosed with severe depression and put on antidepressants. At 14, I was diagnosed with idiopathic hypersomnia, which is a fancy definition for chronic fatigue, and I could barely get out of bed for years. My hip and ankle were replaced when I was 17 from the arthritis that wasn't managed by the medications I was on. And I spent a year on OxyContin, limping around what felt like broken bones, trying to stay hopeful and not kill myself. I went to university for biomedical science when it became apparent that nobody in the medical system could help me, and the life-saving treatments I was on weren't saving my life. When I was 23, I completely changed my diet, which was radical, and I didn't think it was going to work. I removed processed foods and only ate whole foods, primarily meat, and my life changed rapidly. I felt like I had stepped out of hell. I didn't know that I was trapped into heaven. It turned my world upside down. Then I had to get off of the medications I was on. Antidepressant withdrawal, that neither me nor my doctors knew existed, was worse than the opiate withdrawal I had been through after I was treated with OxyContin. After I stopped taking the 8 medications I was on and had a baby, my autoimmune symptoms and depression started sneaking back in. And willing to do anything to not be sick, I tried, and this sounds ridiculous, but I tried eating only meat. And by that I mean beef, salt, and water only, knowing beef was the one food that didn't contribute to my arthritis and depression. Eating only meat put my symptoms into remission again in 6 weeks. I've only been eating beef and lamb for 7 years now in order to keep my symptoms in remission. I'm not on any medication. I have no symptoms of disease. I'm in complete remission after spending 16 years being medicated with multiple joints replaced. I spent 7 years trying to get the medical community to take this seriously and conduct some studies. The plant-free ketogenic diet I'm on, which is what it is, it's gone viral on TikTok, has over 500,000 people following it on social media. The number of Google searches for these ketogenic diets has skyrocketed since about 2017. I have groups online with over 30,000 people who follow the same diet as me for autoimmunity and mental disorders that they've been unable to treat any other way. These people are putting their diseases into remissions after decades. This way of treating disease has garnered international attention from the Times to Fox to Sky News Australia. The problem is, most people don't know that what they're consuming is making them sick. They know junk food is bad, but they don't realize it's causing chronic disease, and neither do their healthcare providers. When you're diagnosed with a mental or autoimmune disorder, diet and the state of your gut isn't even mentioned. If it is brought up, you're ostracized. One of the leading theories, to get a bit nerdy, in understanding chronic illness is increased intestinal permeability, which you can measure with lab work with zonulin levels. In a healthy digestive system, the gut lining serves as a barrier, allowing nutrients to pass through while keeping harmful substances out of the bloodstream. However, because of the high carb recommendations and ultra-processed foods we're exposed to and chemicals we're currently encouraged to consume from the food pyramid and our doctors, our diets damage our gut barrier, which causes particles from the gut to leak into the bloodstream. A lot of the chemicals and preservatives in foods we consume are actually illegal in other countries. I spent years so livid at the medical industry that I wouldn't go into a hospital. How dare I be treated with medications and end up losing joints when dietary intervention works? How dare these medical doctors tell me there was nothing I can do? I'd never be where I am today without this diet. I truly believed I would have died. I'm not suggesting the average person does this extreme version of a ketogenic diet. I am specifically suggesting that this diet is researched as a potential treatment for autoimmunity and psychiatric disorders with the goal of eventually healing the gut and reintroducing more healthy, whole foods, and that the ideological war on meat needs to end. I've seen tens of thousands of people see complete remission in as little as 6 weeks. Most drugs don't work that fast, and no drug fixes the root cause. Approximately 1 in 4 Americans are on psychiatric medications for psychiatric illness, and approximately 1 in 10 has an autoimmune disorder. I believe all these millions of people could be symptom-free with proper dietary interventions ranging from low-carb to ketogenic to plant-free ketogenic to whole food, depending on the severity of the illness. Dietary intervention is what doctors should suggest first before putting people on medications that do not treat the underlying problem, some of which cause horrible dependence, making them nearly impossible to get off of. Treating chronic disease, which we now know is caused by the environment and our diet, without looking at diet as the treatment, should be considered malpractice. My request, shared by millions of people using these diets to treat themselves, is for the government to fund studies on ketogenic and plant-free ketogenic diets as potential treatments for autoimmunity and psychiatric disorders. There are only a few studies on this because of the lack of funding. One study shows remission in treatments of Crohn's disease, which is a terrible intestinal autoimmune disorder that can result in people using colostomy bags for the rest of their life. Another study shows complete remission of anorexia. Unless people start being treated with dietary interventions, using these ketogenic diets, and the food pyramid prioritizes meat and low-carb whole foods so that people can avoid becoming chronically ill in the first place, and Americans are told that the ultra-processed foods aren't just unhealthy, they're making us chronically ill, America's going to get fatter, sicker, more mentally ill, and more expensive. If the government funds these studies, America could be at the forefront of these scientific discoveries. Thank you very much for your time. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you, Michaela. By the way, the format of this is opening statements. If there are some questions following up, again, I'll encourage the panelists just do that, and I'll recognize. I just have one quick question, Michaela. This seems to be a pretty dramatic solution for you. How did you arrive at it? I mean, what doctors? I mean, did you do this on your own with your father, or I mean, how did you come to this solution?
So originally, the processed foods are just eating meat. That was sheer desperation. So my autoimmune symptoms started to come back after I had a baby and got off all the medications. And I knew that I had got them under control in the first place with diet. And that wasn't doing enough for me. And so I figured, why not reduce my diet to one variable that I hope is sustainable? Turns out it is sustainable. That was mostly based on hope. And then the idea was to reintroduce other foods and figure out what was causing reactions. Now, I'm still on the diet, which is why research needs to be done. Maybe if research is done, we can figure out why having other foods in.
You did this all on your own. There's no doctor that recommended this to you. You just did this strictly on your own.
Oh yeah, my rheumatologist dropped me. My doctors dropped me. It was infuriating.
Well, again, thank you for sharing that story. Our next presenter is Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. Dr. Peterson, by the way, also bears a few scars from trying to convey the truth to people. He's a renowned psychologist, author, and online educator. His best-selling books include 12 Rules for Life and Beyond Order, and have sold millions of copies worldwide. Dr. Peterson's lectures and podcasts consistently attract large audiences, providing valuable insights into topics such as mythology, psychology, and personal development. Dr. Peterson, thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, Senator, and it is a pleasure and an honor to be here. I'm speaking today as a clinical research scientist. This is an endeavor with which I have some familiarity because I've conducted many such studies and I'm aware of their difficulty. I'm also speaking as a clinician and a parent and a sometime philosopher of science. We'll start with the general in this discussion and move towards the specific. Generally, it's vital to understand that science itself is an ethical, even a philosophical / religious enterprise. Why? Because the scientists who advance humanity inevitably operate within an a priori framework of faith. What are the elements of that faith? Belief that the world is orderly in its foundation, its nature and its spirit. Belief that such order is understandable to the mind of man and woman. Belief that the pursuit of such understanding is possible and laudable. And a belief that good itself will come of the pursuit of understanding. There's a meta principle that underlies these more explicit rules, and that is that the understanding that the scientific aim must be true for the truth to be revealed. This means that science aimed at career, prestige, professorship, and funding, to say nothing of darker motivations such as pride, revenge, or the wish for destruction, is not science at all. Much of what purports to be science now is instead the garnering of personal credit, career advancement, and economic gain that all derivative and essentially parasitic activity can temporarily produce. This does not result in truth. We should also not be confusing medicine, as currently taught and practiced, with science. The education of modern physicians may familiarize them with the basics of physiology and biology and the details of their specific practice. This is by no means the same thing as teaching them how to conduct or evaluate scientific research, which is something that takes years of specialized training to manage. Why am I making these points? So that we understand explicitly that aim and ethical orientation define the scientific pursuit. And so that we pay enough attention here today to establishing that aim and ensuring that orientation. When you're a scientist and you're doing statistical analysis, it's easy to believe, for example, if you don't know anything about science or statistical analysis, that the statistical process is a mathematics machine into which you pour data and crank out truth, and that is just absolutely not how it works at all. When you're doing statistical analysis, you're making 1,000 micro decisions, every single one of which is ethical. You have to decide which numbers to include and which numbers to exclude, and you have to understand why. And you have to work against your own hypothesis and even against your own research interests to ensure that you're not deluding yourself and the public. And if you're a careerist or interested in prestige, then all of that goes out the window, and what you produce will be highly misleading to you and everyone else. It's very difficult to orient yourself so that you fight against that. You have to be terrified of the falsehoods that you might produce and where they might lead you and everyone else. And so now, having considered that, you have to start to understand what it is that should constitute your aim. What would it require in the case that we're discussing to make America truly healthy again and to orient true scientists toward that aim? It's a retooling of the research enterprise from the top down as well as the bottom up, so that the goal would be clear, the incentives aligned, and the most productive actors identified, rewarded, encouraged, and capitalized. This could be facilitated politically by making a more specific goal clear. We could begin that, as we should, by formulating an appropriate diagnosis. We need to get the problem right. What is the major problem? What are the major problems bedeviling the American people? One such is public health, clearly, and more so all the time. Despite the extensive government spending in that domain, and despite the negligible attention historically paid to the details of health research and practice by the political class. American children are fat, diabetic, and increasingly miserable as they progress towards middle age. Those yet not captured in childhood by obesity, insulin resistance, high blood sugar, and inflammatory dysfunction are likely to suffer it then, with near certainty by the onset of a declining old age, and expensively so. What might we aim for instead? Slim, healthy, athletic, optimistic, and courageous children. Strong, psychologically integrated, generous adults. Resilient, active, productive seniors, still contributing to their communities. Combined with either or both of much less spending or much better results for the cost. How could this aim be accomplished? Within the community of health-focused researchers and practitioners and incentivized politically. America faces a multi-dimensional diagnostic conundrum. Its people suffer from a plethora of symptoms and syndromes. Too high and increasing body mass indices, rising blood sugar levels, associated risk for psychological disorder, immunological dysregulation that increases risk of neurological degeneration, cancer, and heart disease, to name a few. My daughter referred earlier to her terrible childhood experiences, inquiry and experimentation, communication of all that, and the social consequences among a multitude of people with various chronic health conditions. What was her prime scientifically relevant realization? The answer to this question. What do all fat, sick, unhappy people have in common? At least this, they all eat. How could that brute and singular fact be varied and studied? It's a technical discourse on the formulation of adequate scientific hypotheses. Epidemiological studies associating any given dietary habit with some outcome of health inevitably fail, trying as they are to establish a correspondence between only two factors in a sea of causal possibility. Science can only progress, genuine science can only progress when such inquiry is simplified radically so that single variables of interest can be assessed for causal significance. This is difficult to manage in the case of diet, but it no longer seems impossible. The reason? Because of the actual possibility of radical simplification on the food consumption side. Elimination diets offer a potential solution to this problem. Most of them make little sense, however, conceptually or scientifically. They eliminate foods in an often random and faddish manner, often because of the spoken or unspoken ideological concerns of their proponents. In addition, they're insufficiently simple. The range of foods involved, so that scientific analysis of causality can take place, must be reduced to the minimum for genuine analysis of causality to take place. You're chronically ill. You have a plethora of symptoms. You eat a multitude of foods. There's some relationship between the food and the outcome, at least in principle. How are you going to determine that? Well, no simple analysis is possible because of the multiplicity of factors, both on the symptom side and on the dietary side. So you reduce the complexity of your diet optimally to a single variable. Well, that's what my daughter Michaela did. Now we know some things about such reduction. These are things that are important to know. Ketogenic diets switch the body to fat metabolism, so they constitute a step in that direction. If you flip your body to fat metabolism and your symptoms decline, then you know that the metabolic illness that you're suffering from has some association with glucose metabolism. Now, Michaela, I believe, or perhaps, yeah, it was Michaela, mentioned the fact that for a century, childhood epilepsy has been treated with a ketogenic diet because your brain won't go into convulsions if you're not feeding it sugar. That's a good example of simplification to a single variable. Now, another alternative or associated issue with ketogenic diets is restriction of carbohydrate and sugar intake. So they eliminate the contribution of the glucose-dependent metabolic pathway to obesity, insulin resistance / diabetes, and inflammation. Your body can burn sugar or it can burn fat. And in our society, we run primarily on glucose metabolism, but there's no necessity for that, not least because there is no recommended daily allowance for carbohydrate. Right, you can live with 0 carbohydrate, and 0 is not a lot. So that's a remarkable fact in and of itself, given that the primary caloric source in our diet, that we have in our diet, is actually carbohydrate. So that can be eliminated and the consequences analyzed, and that can happen relatively quickly, and people can do it, and it's inexpensive, and it doesn't harm people. So those are all very good things from a research perspective. The consequence of a ketogenic intake, switch to ketogenic intake, can be analyzed as well. You can monitor weight, blood sugar, and assorted symptoms of inflammation, including those associated with psychological disorder. The anecdotal evidence that we've picked up, because many people have communicated with our family, is that the typical obese person can expect to lose 7 to 20 pounds per month on a ketogenic or plant-free ketogenic diet, that will continue month after month until virtually all of their body fat is eliminated, that they can do that with no hunger, although there will be some cravings, which are not precisely the same thing, and that's actually maintainable over the long run. With that reduction in obesity comes radical improvement in blood sugar, for example, and often an improvement in the kinds of psychological conditions that Dr. Chris Palmer, for example, has been studying. It's a very remarkable concatenation of positive effects, some of which are quite unexpected, especially, I would say, on the depression and anxiety side, because those have been viewed for a very long time as consequences of life stress and trauma, and that can happen. But the fact that the psychological disorders seem amenable to treatment by ketogenic or plant-free ketogenic diets could be nothing short of a revolution, because those are very intractable conditions, and they're also sources of unbelievably immense suffering. Plant-free ketogenic diets, that's a carnivorous diet, let's say, or even more restricted, a carnivorous diet that's restricted to ruminant animals, push that simplification to its extreme. Well, why would you do that? Well, if you're trying to conduct a true scientific analysis, let's say, of the relationship between diet and health, you'd want to reduce the diet to the simplest possible underlying, what would you say, the simplest possible underlying maintainable structure. And we know that that can be attained with a carnivorous diet. You can live on that for a very long time. In fact, whole societies have done that, for, like the Inuit in northern Canada, and they've survived on primarily meat for, well, their entire cultural history. So we know that that's possible. If your symptoms don't resolve in consequence, well, then there's no loss, except that it's a difficult diet to attempt. And if they do resolve, well, that's a pretty good deal for you. And then it's inexpensive, and there's going to be all sorts of corollary benefits. And then with any luck, if your symptoms do resolve and you find the diet too restrictive, you can start by introducing one food category at a time, and carefully. And so with any luck, you'll be able to get back to something approximating, hopefully not a typical American diet that's sugar and carbohydrate loaded, but at least one that's varied enough to maintain your interest. None of this seems impossible. And the more I've thought about this as a scientist, and I came to these conclusions with great hesitancy, by the way, because I know it's quite a radical solution. But as I was thinking it through as a scientist, it just became more and more obvious. It's like you don't want to hurt people when you're attempting to generate a solution to a health problem that they have, and a ketogenic diet certainly won't hurt them. It might help. If it doesn't, well, then you can stop doing it. It's very inexpensive. It's within, at least in principle, within the behavioral realm that people can manage. And it's simple enough so that you can actually do a causal analysis. Plus, the results appear quickly enough so that that's maintaining and rewarding in and of itself. That's a pretty good list of positive possibilities. And so there's another advantage as well with regards to ketogenic or plant-free ketogenic diets, is that the people on them don't have to be hungry. So most of the time when people are considering something like weight loss, they think they have to go on a diet. So they need to go on a diet, they need to lose 30 pounds or 40 pounds or 50 or 100 pounds, and then the theory is they've lost the weight and they can go off the diet, which they want to do because they're always hungry on the diet and no one can maintain that. And then they go off the diet, they go back to their old eating habits, and bang, they weigh exactly what they weighed or more, because that's the typical pattern as a consequence of overeating in relationship to the food deprivation. On a ketogenic diet, you don't have to be hungry. You can eat as much as you want, and they're very satiating. And so that doesn't seem to be a problem, and it's something that's sustainable in the long run. The most important thing, however, as far as I'm concerned from the scientific perspective, is the radical simplification of the causal analysis, right? If you go on a ketogenic or plant-free ketogenic diet and your symptoms remit, you know that there's some relationship between what you're consuming and the health outcome. And so that's exactly what you want to know if you're chronically ill, and maybe, well, then you're fortunate as well because it's remitted. You can start to experiment and see if you can find out the actual cause, and that opens up the scientific endeavor to in a much broader way, because that would mean that we could reduce the typical chronically ill person's diet to a ketogenic or plant-free ketogenic diet. And then we could do causal analysis with different classes of food to see which classes of food were contributing to which downstream illnesses. And so that would be a real good deal for everyone too. And this sort of scientific endeavor is it's certainly technically possible. It's difficult to find participants, and clinical research is a difficult endeavor, but none of this is impossible. And the additional advantage also is that it's not going to hurt people. Okay, so we'll close with this. What is the most logical upward-aiming scientific approach to the problem of American health? Identification of diet as the potential common mechanism. Radical simplification of that diet. Analysis of programmatic variation of that simplified diet as food items are added in by category, one by one. Those with chronic intractable illnesses could thus well be placed by default on a plant-free ketogenic diet for the several mere months that it would take to assess the consequences. This is a revolutionary but manageable proposition. Before it becomes a generalized standard of care, however, the relevant studies should be done. We have more than sufficient anecdotal data pertaining to the positive effect of such simplified diets. The testimony of thousands of people, which is not sufficient to constitute proof, but is certainly sufficient to justify hypotheses. The goal is health. The approach is generally of upward aim and commitment to the truth. The specific strategy is restriction of all extraneous dietary variables, analysis of the consequences of that restriction, and then systematic variation with a return to a more varied diet. Simple, elegant, implementable, necessary. The alternative, given the crisis that confronts us on multiple health fronts, is dreadful. The continued sickening of the American people, with all the unsustainable economic burden that sickening is and will continue to produce. Demoralization, decline in productivity, and spiraling healthcare costs that are already mounting to the point of unsustainability. We could replace that miserable future with something much brighter and healthier if we had the moral and political will to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Our next presenter, Dr. Marty McCary, also bears a few scars from telling the truth during COVID. Dr. McCary is a surgeon and public policy researcher at Johns Hopkins University. He writes for the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal and is the author of 2 New York Times best-selling books, Unaccountable and The Price We Pay. He's been an outspoken opponent of broad vaccine mandates and some COVID restrictions at schools. Dr. McCary holds degrees from Bucknell University, Thomas Jefferson University, and Harvard University. Dr. McCary.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Senator and Mr. Kennedy, for the honor to present here. I'm trained in gastrointestinal surgery. My group at Johns Hopkins does more pancreatic cancer surgery than any hospital in the United States. But at no point in the last 20 years has anyone stopped to ask, why has pancreatic cancer doubled over those 20 years? Who's working on that? Who's looking into it? We are so busy in our healthcare system, billing and coding and paying each other, and every stakeholder has their gigantic lobby in Washington, D.C., and everybody's making a lot of money, except for one stakeholder, the American citizen. They are financing this giant, expensive healthcare system through their paycheck deduction for health insurance and the Medicare excise tax. As we go down this path of billing and coding and medicating, and can we be real for a second? We have poisoned our food supply, engineered highly addictive chemicals that we put into our food. We spray it with pesticides that kill pests. What do you think they do to our gut lining and our microbiome? And then they come in sick. The GI tract is reacting. It's not an acute inflammatory storm. It's a low-grade chronic inflammation. And it makes people feel sick. And that inflammation permeates and drives so many of our chronic diseases that we didn't see half a century ago. Who's working on it? Who's looking into this? Who's talking about it? Our healthcare system is playing whack-a-mole on the back end, and we are not talking about the root causes of our chronic disease epidemic. We can't see the forest from the trees sometimes. We're so busy in these short visits, billing and coding. We've done a terrible thing to doctors. We've told them, put your head down, focus on billing and coding. We're going to measure you by your throughput. And good job, you did a nice job. We have all these numbers to show for it. Well, the country is getting sicker. We cannot keep going down this path. We have the most over-medicated, sickest population in the world. And no one is talking about the root causes. The Pima Indians are the perfect example. Here's a group where the obesity, diabetes rate was less than 1%. The land in New Mexico and Arizona had its river supply diverted by ranchers and settlers, and the land and the soil was destroyed. The government, recognizing this tremendous injustice, started to send free government food, but it wasn't organic kale and fruits and vegetables. It was processed and junk food. Instantly, the Pima Indians developed an obesity, diabetes rate of 90%. And what did the United States government do? What did our healthcare system do? The NIH dispatches its researchers to draw the blood of the Pima Indians to look for a gene that predisposes them to obesity and diabetes. What are our leaders doing? The H in NIH is supposed to stand for health. Or are they spending their money on food as medicine and looking at the estrogen binding properties of pesticides that are driving our fertility rates down? They're funding research in Wuhan, China, and they're funding research on a new food compass to replace the misinformation they put out with the food pyramid, telling us Lucky Charms is healthier than steak. Somebody has got to speak up. Maybe we need to talk about school lunch programs, not just putting every kid on obesity drugs like Ozempic. Maybe we need to talk about treating diabetes with cooking classes, not just throwing insulin at everybody. Maybe we need to talk about environmental exposures that cause cancer, not just the chemo to treat it. We've got to talk about food as medicine and research these areas. 20% of our nation's kids are on medication, and as you heard, half are obese or overweight. Are they more disobedient than children in Japan? Or have we poisoned the food supply? Is this a chronic disease epidemic that has been a direct result of what adults have done to children? We like to blame people for their diseases, but maybe we need to look inward. We see all these shiny objects thrown at us. Politicians talk about, oh, we've got a new healthcare proposal. Medicare can now negotiate the prices of 10 generic drugs. Don't be fooled. These are things in the periphery. It's not to say they don't have merits, but the proposed program savings in year one, by their own description, is $6 billion. In a $4.5 trillion economy that's expanding at 8% per year in the commercial sector, that's a $200 billion expansion. We save $6 billion. The best way to lower drug costs in the United States are to stop taking drugs we don't need.
So, Dr. McCary, I've got a couple questions. First of all, how many years have you been practicing medicine?
22 years.
So we've noticed a shift from decades ago when 80% of doctors were independent to now 80% are working for some hospital association. First of all, what has that meant in terms of doctors' independence and who they are really accountable to?
Look, the move towards corporate medicine and mass consolidation that we've witnessed in our lifetime has meant more and more doctors are told to put their heads down, do your job, billing and coding, short visits. We've not given doctors the time, research, or resources to deal with these chronic diseases.
Yeah, I used to comment frequently during the COVID pandemic that doctors should be at the tip of the treatment pyramid. They're being crushed at the bottom. What happens to a doctor who puts their patient first and tries to practice outside the guideline, tries to do something outside the recommended protocol, which is risk-free? Don't get in trouble for doing that. What happens if you do step outside that to advocate for your patient?
Well, increasingly now we have a misinformation police, although the greatest perpetrator of misinformation has been the United States government with the food pyramid. Demonizing saturated fat, telling us that arsenic levels are acceptable at a certain rate when they don't know, putting their head in the sand as we're watching these chronic disease epidemics, spending money on research on mating habits of Japanese quail on cocaine. I mean, these are real government grants. Where's the grant on pesticides and school lunch programs?
I'll follow up. I had doctors around a similar table, again, back in the COVID-19 second opinion panel. And, I mean, they were fired, they were sued, they had their board certifications rescinded. How effective is that in terms of how it intimidates other doctors? And again, look, I love doctors. They saved my daughter's life. They literally are saving her life today. So I have nothing but reverence for doctors, but I also understand the pressures of working for an organization that you follow this protocol, don't step outside the system. I mean, how effective is that intimidation? Well, I'm seeing a few of your colleagues no longer be able to practice medicine. All that training, all your dedication to your patients, gone.
The purpose of science is to challenge deeply held assumptions. That's how we advance the field and discover things. We're not discovering things right now. And by the way, the NIH, we just did an analysis. 1 in 6 grants goes to health, equity, and disparities research. Well, just describing these differences is not interesting. We've known about them. Reducing the disparities is interesting, and that's what we have to do by talking about our poison food supply.
Okay, thank you for speaking out and telling people the truth. We're going to switch up the order a little bit. We're going to stick with our doctor panel here. Next, we're going to have really the person who's the catalyst for this event with her book, Good Energy, her interview with Tucker that I saw that inspired me. I'm going to change my habits. But Dr. Casey Means is a medical doctor, New York Times bestselling author, tech entrepreneur, levels, aspiring regenerative gardener, and an outdoor enthusiast. While training as a surgeon, she saw how broken and exploitative the healthcare system is and led to focus on how to keep people out of the operating room. And again, I would highly recommend everybody read Good Energy. It's a personal story, and you will be glad you did. Dr. Means.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Thank you. As a physician, the message I'm here to share, and at this point, echo.
No, I was going to say doctor. I'm just pointing to Dr. He's next.
The message I'm here to share and reiterate is that American health is getting destroyed. It's being destroyed because of chronic illness. And if the current trends continue, if the graphs continue in the way that they're going, at best, we're going to face profound societal instability and decreased American competitiveness. And at worst, we're going to be looking at a genocidal level health collapse in our country and the world. Over the last 50 years in the United States, we have seen rapidly rising rates of chronic illnesses throughout the entire body, the body and the brain, infertility, obesity, type 2 diabetes and prediabetes, Alzheimer's, dementia, cancer, heart disease, stroke, autoimmune disease, migraines, mental illness, chronic pain, fatigue, congenital abnormalities, chronic liver disease, autism, and infant and maternal mortality, all going up. Americans live 8 fewer years compared to people in Japan or Switzerland, and life expectancy is going down. I took an oath to do no harm, but listen to these stats. We're not only doing harm, we're flagrantly allowing harm. While it sounds grim, there is very good news. We know why all of these diseases are going up, and we know how to fix it. Every disease I mentioned is caused by or worsened by metabolic dysfunction, a word that it is thrilling to hear being used around this table. Metabolic dysfunction is a fundamental distortion of our cellular biology. It stops our cells from making energy appropriately. According to the American College of Cardiology, metabolic dysfunction now affects 93.2% of American adults. This is, quite literally, the cellular draining of our life force. This process is the result of 3 processes happening inside our cells. Mitochondrial dysfunction, a process called oxidative stress, which is like a wildfire inside our cells, and chronic inflammation throughout the body and the gut, as we've heard about. Metabolic dysfunction is largely not a genetic issue. It's caused by toxic American ultra-processed industrial food, toxic American chemicals, toxic American medications, and our toxic sedentary indoor lifestyles. You would think that the American healthcare system and our government agencies would be clamoring to fix metabolic health and reduce American suffering and costs, but they're not. They are deafeningly silent about metabolic dysfunction and its known causes. It's not an overstatement to say that I learned virtually nothing at Stanford Medical School about the tens of thousands of scientific papers that elucidate these root causes of why American health is plummeting and how environmental factors are causing it. For instance, in medical school, I did not learn that for each additional serving of ultra-processed food we eat, Early mortality increases by 18%. This now makes up 67% of the foods our kids are eating. I took 0 nutrition courses in medical school. I didn't learn that 82% of independently funded studies show harm from processed food, while 93% of industry-sponsored studies reflect no harm. In medical school, I didn't learn that 95% of the people who created the recent USDA food guidelines for America had significant conflicts of interest with the food industry. I did not learn that 1 billion pounds of synthetic pesticides are being sprayed on our food every single year. 99.99% of the farmland in the United States is sprayed with synthetic pesticides, many from China and Germany. And these invisible, tasteless chemicals are strongly linked to autism, ADHD, sex hormone disruption, thyroid disease, sperm dysfunction, Alzheimer's, dementia, birth defects, cancer, obesity, liver dysfunction, female infertility, and more, all by hurting our metabolic health. I did not learn that the 8 billion tons of plastic that have been produced just in the last 100 years, plastic was only invented about 100 years ago, are being broken down into microplastics that are now filling our food, our water, and we are now even inhaling them in our air. And that very recent research from just the past couple of months tells us that now about 0.5% of our brains by weight are now plastic. I didn't learn that there are more than 80,000 toxins that have entered our food, water, air, and homes by industry, many of which are banned in Europe, and they are known to alter our gene expression, alter our microbiome composition and the lining of our gut, and disrupt our hormones. I didn't learn that heavy metals like aluminum and lead are present in our food, our baby formula, personal care products, our soil, and many of the mandated medications like vaccines, and that these metals are neurotoxic and inflammatory. I didn't learn that the average American walks a paltry 3,500 steps per day, even though we know, based on science and top journals, that simply walking 7,000 steps a day slashes by 40-60% our risk of Alzheimer's, dementia, type 2 diabetes, cancer, and obesity. I certainly did not learn that medical error and medications are the 3rd leading cause of death in the United States. I didn't learn that just 5 nights of sleep deprivation can induce full-blown prediabetes. I learned nothing about sleep, and we're getting about 20% less sleep on average than we were 100 years ago. I didn't learn that American children are getting less time outdoors now than a maximum security prisoner. And on average, adults spend 93% of their time indoors, even though we know from the science that separation from sunlight destroys our circadian biology, and circadian biology dictates our cellular biology. I didn't learn that professional organizations that we get our practice guideline from, like the American Diabetes Association and American Academy of Pediatrics, have taken tens of millions of dollars from Coke, Cadbury, processed food companies, and vaccine manufacturers like Moderna. I didn't learn that if we address these root causes that all lead to metabolic dysfunction and help patients change their food and lifestyle patterns with a united, strong voice, we could reverse the chronic disease crisis in America, save millions of lives and trillions of dollars in healthcare costs per year. Instead, doctors are learning that the body is 100 separate parts, and we learn how to drug, we learn how to cut, and we learn how to bill. I'll close by saying that what we are dealing with here is so much more than a physical health crisis. This is a spiritual crisis. We are choosing death over light. We are choosing death over life. We are choosing darkness over light for people and the planet, which are inextricably linked. We are choosing to erroneously believe that we are separate from nature and that we can continue to poison nature and then outsmart it. Our path out will be a renewed respect for the miracle of life and a renewed respect for nature. We can restore health to Americans rapidly with smart policy and courageous leadership. We need a return to courage. We need a return to common sense and intuition. We need a return to awe for the sheer miraculousness of our lives. We need all hands on deck. Thank you.
We're not letting you off that easy. I've got a couple questions. So you outlined some basic facts that doctors should know that truthfully you could cover in 1 hour of an introductory class in medical school.
Yes.
So why aren't we teaching doctors these things?
The easy thing to, oh, is it on? Yeah. The easy thing to say would be, follow the money. That sounds sort of trite. But frankly, I think that is the truth, but not in the way you might think, that like doctors are out to make money or even medical schools. The money and the core incentive problem, which is that every institution that touches our health in America, from medical schools to pharmaceutical companies to health insurance companies to hospital doctor offices, they make more money when we are sick and less when we are healthy. That simple one incentive problem corrodes every aspect of the way medicine is thought about, the way we think about the body. We talked about interconnectedness. It creates a system in which we silo the body into all these separate parts and create that illusion that we all buy into because it's profitable to send people to separate specialties. So it corrodes even the foundational conception of how we think about the body. So it is about incentives and money, but I would say that's the invisible hand. It's not necessarily affecting each doctor's clinical practice or the decision making. It's corroding every lever of the basics of how we even consider what the human body is and what life is.
So in your book, you do a really good job of describing how, because of the specialization of medicine, you don't see the forest for the trees. The fact is, you do need specialized medicine. I mean, doctors can't know it all. So I think the question is, how do we get back to the reward for general practitioners that do focus on, what you're writing about?
Yeah. I have huge respect for doctors, and I am incredibly grateful for the American healthcare system, which has produced miracles. And we absolutely continue to have primary care doctors and specialists, and they should be rewarded highly. However, if we focused on what everyone here is talking about, I think we'd have 90% less throughput through our healthcare system. We would be able to have these doctors probably have a much better life, to be honest, because right now doctors are working 100 hours a week, seeing 50, 60, 70 patients, and could actually have more time with patients who develop these acute issues that need to be treated by a doctor. But so many of the things in the specialist office are chronic conditions that we know are fundamentally rooted in the cellular dysfunction I described, which is metabolic dysfunction, which is created by our lifestyle. So I think that there's always going to be a place for specialists, but so much fewer. And I think if we had a different conception for the body as interconnected, they would also interact with each other in a very different way, a much more collaborative way. And then of course we need to incentivize doctors in the healthcare system towards outcomes, not throughput.
Well, my hope is, through people like you and your book, that doctors who take that holistic approach, they'll be specialists themselves, and more people will demand, that's the kind of medical care I want. I think that's the way this gets solved. Our next presenter is Dr. Chris Palmer. Dr. Palmer is a Harvard-trained psychiatrist, researcher, and author of The Brain Energy, where he explores the groundbreaking connection between metabolic health and mental illness. He's a leader in innovative approaches to treating psychiatric conditions, advocating for the use of diet and metabolic interventions to improve mental health outcomes. Dr. Palmer's work is reshaping how the medical field views and treats mental health disorders. Dr. Palmer.
Thank you. Senator Johnson, Mr. Kennedy, and distinguished guests, it's really an honor to be here. I want to build on what Dr. Means just shared, that these chronic diseases we face today, obesity, diabetes, fatty liver, all share something in common. They are, in fact, metabolic dysfunction. I'm going to go into a little bit of the science just to make sure we're all on the same page. Although most people think of metabolism as burning calories, it is far more than that. Metabolism is a series of chemical reactions that convert food into energy and building blocks, essential for cellular health. When we have metabolic dysfunction, it can drive numerous chronic diseases, which is a paradigm shift in the medical field. Now, there is no doubt metabolism is complicated. It really is. It is influenced by biological, psychological, environmental, and social factors. And the medical field says this complexity is the reason we can't solve the obesity epidemic. Because they're still trying to understand every molecular detail of biology. But in fact, we don't need to understand biology in order to understand the cause. The cause is coming from our environment, a toxic environment like poor diet and exposure to harmful chemicals. And these are actually quite easy to study, understand, and address. There is no doubt food plays a key role. It provides the substrate for energy and building blocks. Nutritious foods support metabolism, while ultra-processed options can disrupt it. It is shocking that today in 2024, the FDA allows food manufacturers to introduce brand new chemicals into our food supply without adequate testing. The manufacturers are allowed to determine for themselves whether this substance is safe for you and your family to eat or not. Metabolism's impact goes beyond physical health. I am a psychiatrist. Some of you are probably wondering, why are you here? It also affects mental health. Because guess what? The human brain is an organ too. And when brain metabolism is impaired, it can cause symptoms that we call mental illness. It is no coincidence that as the rates of obesity and diabetes are skyrocketing, so too are the rates of mental illness. In case you didn't know, we have a mental health crisis. We have all-time prevalence highs for depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, deaths of despair, drug overdoses, ADHD, and autism. What does the mental health field have to say for this? Well, mental illness is just chemical imbalances or maybe trauma and stress. That is wholly insufficient to explain the epidemic that we are seeing.
And I'm back. Hit the like and subscribe button, guys.
To integrate the biopsychosocial factors.
Check out the groundbreaking Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight. Hit the like and subscribe button. Trump is found not guilty, of course, good sir.
It's not surprising to most people that obesity and diabetes might play a role in depression and anxiety. But the rates of autism have quadrupled in just 20 years, and the rates of ADHD have tripled over that same period of time. These are neurodevelopmental disorders. And many people are struggling to understand how on earth could they rise so rapidly. But it turns out that metabolism plays a profound role
in neurodevelopment. And sure enough, parents with metabolic issues like obesity and diabetes are more likely to have children with autism and ADHD. This is not about fat shaming. Because what I am arguing is that the same foods and chemicals and other drivers of obesity that are causing obesity in the parents are affecting the brain health of our children.
Hit the like and subscribe button, guys. We're only a few subscribers away from 2,700. I love each and every one of you guys. Hope you're having a great day. Slap that subscribe button.
With their mental health than people who never or rarely consume them. A systematic review found direct associations between ultra-processed food exposure and 32 different health parameters, including mental health conditions. Now, I'm not here to say that food is the only or even primary driver of mental illness. Let's go back to something familiar. Trauma and stress do drive mental illness. But for those of you who don't know, trauma and stress are also associated with increased rates of obesity and diabetes. Trauma and stress change human metabolism. We need to put the science together. This brings me to a key point. We cannot separate physical and mental health from metabolic health. Addressing metabolic dysfunction has the potential to prevent and treat a wide range of chronic diseases. This is not just theoretical. We've just heard from Michaela Peterson-Fuller, Dr. Peterson. In my own work, I have seen firsthand how using metabolic therapies like the ketogenic diet and other dietary interventions can improve even severe mental illnesses like schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, sometimes putting them into lasting remission. These reports are published in peer-reviewed, prestigious medical journals. However, there is a larger issue at play that many have talked about. Medical education and public health recommendations.
Guys, if you love America and if you love Donald Trump, slap the subscribe button. Help me get to 2,700 subscribers, guys. Come on, help me out. Get 2,700 subscribers.
Or even harmful advice. We heard a reference to this, but in case you didn't know, a long time ago, we demonized saturated fat. And what was the consequence of demonizing saturated fat? We replaced it with healthy vegetable shortening. That was the phrase we used, healthy vegetable shortening. Guess what was in that healthy vegetable shortening? It was filled with trans fats.
Trans people. Donald Trump isn't going to let our taxpayer money fund the trans people. So no more trans fats in our diet with JFK. I mean RFK. No more trans fats in our diet with RFK and Donald Trump, and no more transgender resurgence sign under Donald J. Trump. Marbles in my mouth, but you know what I'm saying, man. Hit the like and subscribe button, please, guys. We're just 5 subscribers away from 2,700.
We need to get back to funding research on the root causes of mental and metabolic disorders, including the effects of foods, chemicals, medications,
What's politically motivated?
On the human brain and metabolism. We stand here at a crossroads. We can continue managing symptoms and watching this crisis worsen. Or we can choose a new path, one that addresses the root causes of mental and metabolic disorders. The time to act is now, for the sake of our citizens, our children, and our nation's future. Let's work together to address this chronic disease epidemic. Thank you.
I want to start by making a comment on the mention that Dr. McCary did about the Pima Indians. I spent about 20% of my career working on issues for Native Americans, indigenous people in Canada and Latin America. And the Pima example is a really good example. On the reservations today, which suffered more than any other population and the highest COVID death rates in our country, suffered from chronic disease more than any other population. And it's common to call, to characterize as white death, white sugar, white flour, and white Crisco oil, which is poison, is ending the genocide of Native Americans in this country. It's the completion of that genocide. The Pima Indians are actually a perfect natural experiment because on the Mexican side of the border, they're not getting those. And the Pimas there are long-lived. They're slim. They don't have diabetes. And on our side, 90% of them are obese, very short-lived. I think the longevity is something like 47 years, although I have to check that, but very, very close to that. And it's a natural experiment that shows the danger of ultra-processed foods. Dr. Palmer, the mitochondrial disorder affects every organ of the body, and the brain is an organ of the body. And but the brain actually has a lot more difficult job of excreting these kind of toxins than the other organs. Can you talk about that, and also talk about the fact that about 0.5% in recent studies of the American brains are now made up of microplastics? So 5.5% of the weight of our brains are now microplastics, and that's something we should all be worried about.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The issue of microplastics and nanoplastics in the human body.
Guys, slam the like and subscribe button. Get us to 2,700 subscribers. 4 more subscribers to go.
We have 2 publications out in the last couple of months demonstrating that microplastics are in fact found in the human brain. And as Dr. Amin said, and you cited, 0.5% of the body weight, or the brain's weight, appears to be composed of microplastics. We need more research to better understand whether these microplastics are in fact associated with harmful conditions, because microplastics are now ubiquitous. So some will argue, well, they're everywhere and everybody's got them and it's just a benign thing. Some will argue that. The most compelling evidence against that is a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine a few months ago now, in which they were doing routine carotid endarterectomies, taking plaque out of people's carotid arteries, just routinely doing that for clinical care. And then they analyzed those plaques for microplastics. 58% of the people had detectable microplastics in the plaques. So they compared this 58% group who had microplastics to the ones who didn't, followed them for 3 years, just 3 years. And the ones who had microplastics had 4 times the mortality. There is strong reason to believe, based on animal data and based on cell biology data, that microplastics are in fact toxic to the human body, to mitochondrial function, to hormone dysregulation, and all sorts of things. There are lots of reasons to believe that. But the scientists will say we need more research, we need to better understand whether these microplastics really are associated with higher rates of disease. I think people are terrified of the answer. People are terrified of the answer. And if you think about everything that you consume and how much of it is not wrapped in plastic, all of those industries are going to oppose research. They are going to oppose research funding to figure this out ASAP. Because that will be a monumental change to not just the food industry, but our entire economy. Imagining just cleaning up the oceans and trying to get this plastic, and then more importantly, trying to figure out how are we going to detox humans? How are we going to deplasticize human beings? How are we going to get these things out? It is an enormous problem, but the reality is putting our heads in the sand.
Guys, hit the like and subscribe button.
And I am really hopeful that by raising issues and letting people know about this health crisis, that maybe we will get answers quickly.
I've got it. You mentioned that people are afraid to find the answer. You also mentioned an issue of which we're not supposed to even ask questions because people are afraid of the answer, and that was autism. And while we have another psychologist at the table, Dr. Peterson, I'd like you to just, I guess, speculate on why I understand why industry probably doesn't want to find the root cause of autism, but why don't our federal health agencies seem to have any curiosity whatsoever of trying to find, this is, again, I don't know the exact stats. It's kind of hard to find the 1 in 10,000, whatever, but we know now, 1 in 36 children in America, 1 in 22 in California. I mean, I can't imagine being a parent of a severely autistic person, okay? I certainly wouldn't want to be somebody manufacturing vaccines and all of a sudden finding out that, boy, they may be contributing. But just, I see Del Bigtree here, who's done so much fabulous work trying to raise public awareness. But I'll go back to your afraid to find the answer. Can you just talk about that, Dr. Peterson? I'd like to hear your thoughts on that as well.
Your question is, why are our health agencies not exploring these questions? It's because the health agencies are largely influenced by the industries they are supposed to be regulating and looking out for. The medical education community is largely controlled by pharmaceutical companies. $1.5 billion goes to support, $1.5 billion every year goes to support physician education. That's from pharmaceutical companies, $1.5 billion from pharmaceutical companies. So physicians are getting educated with some influence, large influence, I would argue, by them. The health organizations, it's a political issue. The NIH, it's politics. Politicians are selecting people to be on the committees or people to oversee these organizations. Politicians rely on donations from companies and supporters to get reelected. And the reality is this is not going to be easy to tackle. The challenge is that you'll get ethical politicians who say, I'm not going to take any of that money, and I'm going to try to do the right thing. And right now, the way the system is set up, there's a good chance those politicians won't get reelected. And instead, their opponents, who were more than happy to take millions of dollars in campaign contributions, will get reelected, and then they will return the favor to their noble campaign donors. We are at a crossroads. We have to decide who are the constituents of the American government. Is it industry, or is it the American people?
So Dr. Peterson, I mean, first of all, do you agree with the premise of the question based on what Dr. Palmer said, that we're just afraid to find the answer? Do you agree with that, and if so, why?
Well, someone has to decide which of the infinite number of facts scientists might concentrate on. And exactly how that process of facilitating hypothesis generation and inquiry occurs isn't exactly known. Why do scientists study what they study? Well, some of it is what they're interested in, some of it is what bothers their conscience, and a fair bit of it is what would you say, what is provided to the scientific community as direction from, let's say, policymakers and the community. And so one of the things we're trying to do here, in the broadest possible sense, which is why I opened my remarks with more broad reference to philosophy of science, is, well, someone has to establish the aims. You know, you saw American science tilt in the STEM direction remarkably in the 1960s when the moon was the aim, for example, right? When we were concerned about Russian domination of the technical enterprise. The political field and the cultural field set the stage that defines the targets of inquiry for, especially for the incremental scientists who are mostly chasing research funding, for example. So it's up to the political leaders to determine what the priorities are. That's the diagnostic issue that I was referring to. Like, what are the problems here? And that's a hard thing, right? If I had to say to you, what are the 5 most significant problems that beset the United States currently? That's a very difficult question to answer, but it has to be done at the level of political leadership.
It is, but within health, I think it's pretty simple proposition to say that, you know, this rise in autism is a serious problem that ought to be looked at, and we don't. Again, it's off limits. You can't even ask the question. It's just like, oh, it just happened. But anyway, yeah. I think we do have to move on here. The next presenter, we're going a little out of order again, but Callie Means, Casey's brother, was again the catalyst for this, and Callie's been the person who put this amazing panel together and got all these folks trapped here in Washington, D.C. and got them to write their statements. Callie will also be doing a wrap-up on this thing, but I thought right now, as we kind of move into the nitty-gritty of, you know, what is actually happening within the industry, and I thought we'd have him speak at this point in time. So Callie Means is the co-founder of TrueMed, a company that enables tax-free spending on food and exercise. He recently started an advocacy coalition with leading health and wellness companies called End Chronic Disease. Early in his career, he was a consultant for food and pharma companies and is now exposing practices they use to weaponize our institutions of trust, and he's doing a great job doing interviews with his sister, Casey.
Thank you, Senator. When thinking and talking about healthcare early on, I would often make the lazy statement that, well, there's problems, but life expectancy has doubled. And I hear that. I hear that at meeting with, frankly, senators, members of Congress today. That's something we often go to. Well, our system's okay. As Peter T. pointed out in his book, and this is so crucial, if you remove advancements from infectious and acute conditions, life expectancy has not increased in the past 100 years. We spend 90 to 95% of all medical spending on chronic issues, and it's done nothing. If you think about a medical miracle, it's almost certainly a solution that was invented before 1960 for an acute condition. Emergency surgical procedures to ensure a complicated childbirth wasn't a death sentence, sanitation procedures, antibiotics that ensured infection was an inconvenience, not deadly, eradicating polio, regular waste management procedures that helped control outbreaks like the bubonic plague, sewage systems that replaced the cesspools and open drains, preventing human waste from contaminating the water. The U.S. health system is a miracle in solving acute conditions that will kill us right away. But economically, acute conditions aren't great in our modern system because the patient is quickly cured and is no longer a customer. Starting in the 1960s, the medical system took the trust engendered by these acute innovations like antibiotics, which were credited with winning World War II, and they used that trust to ask patients not to question its authority on chronic diseases, which can last a lifetime and are more profitable. But the medicalization of chronic disease in the past 50 years has been an abject failure.
Hit the
Today,
like and
we have a
subscribe button,
system
guys.
where there's a treatment for everything, and let's just look at the stats. As heart disease has gone up, heart disease has gone up as more statins are prescribed. Type 2 diabetes has gone up as more metformin is prescribed. ADHD has gone up as more Adderall is prescribed. Depression and suicide has gone up as more SSRIs are prescribed. Pain has gone up as more opioids are prescribed. Cancer has gone up as we've spent more on cancer. And now JP Morgan, literally, at the conference in San Francisco recently, they put up a graph and they showed as more Ozempic is projected to be prescribed over the next 10 years, obesity rates are going to go up as more Ozempic is prescribed. Explain that to me. Who's clapping? All the bankers were clapping like seals at this graphic. Our intervention-based system is by design. In the early 1900s, John D. Rockefeller, using that he could use byproducts from oil production to create pharmaceuticals, heavily funded medical schools throughout the United States to teach a curriculum based on the intervention-first model of Dr. William Stewart Halsted, the founding physician of Johns Hopkins, who created the residency-based model that viewed invasive surgical procedures and medication as the highest echelon of medicine. An employee of Rockefeller's was tasked to create the Flexner Report, which outlined a vision for medical education that prioritized interventions and stigmatized nutritional and holistic remedies. Congress affirmed the Flexner Report in 1910 to establish that any credentialed medical institution in the United States had to follow the Halsted-Rockefeller intervention-based model that silos disease, and to downplay viewing the body as an interconnected system. It later came out that Dr. Halsted's cocaine and morphine addiction fueled his day-long surgical residencies, and most of the medical logic underlying the Flexner Report was wrong, but that hasn't prevented the report and the Halsted-Rockefeller engine-based brand of medicine from being the foundational document that Congress uses to regulate medical education today. This is a game. We are getting sick. 9 out of 10 killers of Americans, 90% of medical costs are from a weaponized food system. It's not that complicated. When I say weaponized, I mean that literally. Our processed food industry was created by the cigarette industry. In the 1980s, after decades of inaction, the Surgeon General of the U.S. government finally said that smoking might be harmful, and smoking rates plummeted. We listened to doctors in this country. We listened to medical leadership. And as smoking rates plummeted, cigarette companies with their big balance sheets strategically bought up food companies. And by 1990, the 2 largest food companies in the world were Philip Morris and R.J. Reynolds, 2 cigarette companies. These cigarette companies moved 2 departments over from the cigarette department to the food department. They moved the scientists. Cigarette companies were the highest payers of scientists, one of the biggest employers of scientists to make the cigarettes addictive. They moved these addiction specialists, world-leading addiction specialists, to the food department by the thousands. And those scientists weaponize our ultra-processed food. That is the problem with ultra-processed food. You have the best scientists in the world creating this food to be palatable and to be addictive. They then moved their lobbyists over. They used the same playbook. And their lobbyists co-opted the USDA and created the food pyramid. The food pyramid was a document created by the cigarette industry through complete corporate capture and was an ultra-processed food marketing document saying that we needed to eat a bunch of carbs and sugar. And we listened to medical experts in this country. The American people, American parents, many parents who had kids in the 90s thought it was a good thing to do to give their kids a bunch of ultra-processed food. And carb consumption went up 20% in the American diet in the next 10 years. The devil's bargain comes in that this ultra-processed food consumption has been one of the most profitable dynamics in American history for the healthcare industry, as we've all just been decimated with chronic conditions. The medical industry hasn't they haven't not only been silent on this issue, they've actually been complicit. Working for the food industry, I helped funnel money from Coca-Cola to the American Diabetes Association. The truth is, we need to listen to the medical system if you have an acute issue like a life-threatening infection or broken bone, but when it comes to the chronic conditions that are plaguing our lives, we should distrust almost every institution regarding nutrition or chronic disease advice. As the panelists have described, we are at an existential moment, especially when it comes to chronic conditions that make up 90% of medical costs. There's a slur about the American patient. Casey, one of her first days at Stanford Medical School, was told that the American patient wants to be sedentary, wants to eat ultra-processed food, that the best the medical system could do is stand with a scalpel and stand with a prescription pad and clean up the mess. Americans do not want to be sick. I don't believe it. It's the trillions of dollars of incentives that are in the way, and we must urgently remove corruption from the USDA, the CDC, the NIH, and our other medical institutions and get appropriate medical guidelines. We must renounce the Flexner report and prioritize root cause interventions and systems thinking to reverse the chronic disease crisis. Senator Johnson, thank you so much for convening this conversation.
Thank you, Callie. You probably didn't notice it, but there are an awful lot of heads shaking up and down as you were making your comments, and we'll come back to you to wrap things up. Next, we're going to go to Max. Max Lugavere?
Lugavere, yes.
Lugavere, okay, sorry. I generally bet about 500, that's about it. Is a leading health and wellness advocate, filmmaker, and New York Times best-selling author of Genius Foods. His work focuses on the link between diet, lifestyle, and brain health, and he has become a trusted voice in educating people about how nutrition impacts cognitive function. Max.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Johnson, thank you for having me here today to speak on one of the most pressing public health issues of our time, nutrition. Our food environment is killing us, and it's doing so slowly over the course of decades, and if we don't change course, future generations will suffer even more. Today, 73% of the modern supermarket is made up of ultra-processed foods, foods that barely resemble what we've evolved to eat. 60% of the calories Americans consume are from these types of products. Certain demographics are hit harder than others. For example, Black Americans consume, on average, 80% of their calories from ultra-processed foods, contributing to a disproportionate burden of diet-related diseases. This isn't by accident. Many such populations are specifically targeted by advertisers. But make no mistake, all Americans are under attack, and it's costing us dearly. A recent umbrella review of meta-analyses linked ultra-processed foods to 32 negative health outcomes. Everything from cancer, heart disease, and diabetes, the usual suspects, to depression and anxiety, as Dr. Palmer has alluded to. Not one single positive health outcome was associated with these foods, not one. Ultra-processed foods, the kinds of foods that typically line our supermarket aisles, are engineered to be hyperpalatable and addictive. In fact, according to a study published by Gerhard et al. In 2022, ultra-processed foods meet the exact same criteria for addictive substances as tobacco products. Seminal NIH-funded research clearly shows their obesogenic effect. They drive us to overeat by as much as 800 calories per day, simply due to the quality of the food. This finding was actually precisely replicated and published last week in Japan. This is why America is facing an obesity epidemic. That's not about willpower. It's about the food system. And yet, the most recent Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee appeared to bury their head in the sand, claiming that there is limited evidence that ultra-processed food intake increases risk for obesity in adults. We now know that every 10% increase in the proportion of ultra-processed foods in the diet is associated with a 14% increased risk of all-cause death and a 25% higher risk of Alzheimer's disease. a cause that's near and dear to my heart, as my own mother suffered from dementia for years before passing due to pancreatic cancer. I've seen profound sickness up close and personal, and it's motivated me to dedicate my life to this fight. But ultra-processed foods aren't just driving weight gain and subsequent metabolic dysfunction. Ultra-processed foods are exposing us to dangers that are invisible to the naked eye. Forever chemicals, pesticide residues, and endocrine disruptors. You won't find microplastics on the ingredients list of any item in your cupboard, but they're there too, harming everything from our fertility to our cardiovascular health and increasing risk of heart attack, stroke, and death, new research published in the New England Journal of Medicine has shown. Our bodies are capable and resilient, but today, the toxic burden is simply too high. These compounds are laced into the very food-like products that line our grocery store shelves, and yet they remain under-discussed in public health conversations. In fact, legitimately concerned families are gaslit again and again, reminded that, quote, everything is a chemical. It's insulting to American families like mine who have seen real sickness. All this adds up to the fact that today we are not simply living longer, we are dying longer. Chronic diseases are becoming more prevalent, and we're living out our final decades plagued by illnesses that are largely preventable with the right interventions. But here's the problem. A fraction of the money spent on chronic disease goes towards the research and promotion of these interventions. For brain disease specifically, my passion, prevention accounts for only 2 cents of every research dollar spent. Think about that for a moment. The majority of our resources are being funneled into treatment while we're barely investing in stopping these diseases before they start. It's a short-sighted approach to one of the greatest public health challenges of our time. Prevention isn't just an option, it's the only solution. In what seems like a coordinated effort between the food industry and the upper echelons of academia and nutrition science, the dangers of ultra-processed foods continue to be suppressed, while the fear-mongering of nutrient-dense whole foods, such as red meat and eggs, continues. Even Harvard recently published a study correlating red meat consumption to type 2 diabetes. No legitimate researcher believes that unprocessed red meat consumption, which has declined over past decades while type 2 diabetes rates soar, is causally related to type 2 diabetes. This misinformation campaign is one of the greatest public health scandals of our time. If we don't change the narrative, we're going to continue to see an escalation in chronic diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and metabolic disorders that are crippling our healthcare system. We need to shift the paradigm from treatment to prevention. That means educating the public on the dangers of ultra-processed foods, incentivizing the production and consumption of whole, minimally processed foods of both plant and animal origin, and putting pressure on the food industry to improve or remove these toxic products from our shelves. And let's invest in the promotion of evidence-based diet and lifestyle interventions for chronic diseases, because, as we've learned, genetics play only a small role. What we eat matters. If we act now, we can avert the collapse of our healthcare system under the weight of preventable diseases. But if we continue down this path, the cost will be staggering. And not just in terms of dollars, but in human lives. The food we eat is either the safest form of medicine or the slowest form of poison. I'll end with a question. If your grocery store has a health food section, what does that make the rest of the store? Thank you.
Good question, Max. So I also had a sneak peek at a new documentary by Seema Haltra called First Do No Farm. We're going to actually be showing that in Wednesday night at the Capitol Center. But in there, they talked about a NOVA scale. Are you aware of this?
Yeah, divided into
1, 2, 3, where NOVA 1 was an apple, NOVA 2 was apple slices, NOVA 3 is applesauce, and then NOVA 4 is a McDonald's pie.
Ultra-processed food.
Does that kind of scale, do you think that's helpful? Is that pretty valid? I mean, what's your opinion, or how best to? I mean, you talk about ultra processed food. I mean, what's the best way for consumers to really evaluate this? Here, we've gone to organic, by the way, because of Dr. Casey. And you find all these organic foods, but they all have then seed oils.
Yeah.
So I mean, kind of tell us a little bit. How does the consumer navigate this?
Well, the lines are fairly blurry, you're right, and processing is a continuum, and there's nothing inherently wrong with processing a food. When you slice an apple, as you alluded to, you're processing that apple to some degree. Ultra-processed foods are defined essentially as a food that you couldn't possibly make in your own kitchen if you tried. It's a food product with innumerable ingredients, which doesn't necessarily demonize a food, but it's a fairly good surrogate indicator for what a processed food might look like. A food that has innumerable ingredients, half of which you can't identify or even pronounce. So I think that's a fairly good litmus test. But it's also important to understand that even within the bucket of ultra-processed foods, some are better than others, and we need to continue to do research to understand which are the most nefarious from a health standpoint. I think it's fairly well established at this point that sugar-sweetened beverages are among the worst offenders. They provide no satiety benefit, pure calories, artificial colorants, and the like. And there are certainly some ultra-processed foods that are likely more benign. But in general, as a general screening tool, if you will, an ultra-processed food is generally a food that you couldn't possibly replicate in your own kitchen if you tried.
I've also heard just comments like, "Don't drink your sugar. Eat what your grandparents ate." You're pretty solid ground from that standpoint. So,
Senator, I just wanted to quickly mention, working for the food companies, in the past 2 years, there's been 50,000 nutrition studies created. And I can tell you, nutrition research is ultra-processed food marketing documentation. You know, there's not a big lobby for the broccoli or regenerative beef. And I think we've been divorced from our common sense of these questions. We are the only animals that have chronic rates of obesity and metabolic dysfunction. We're born with an innate sense with whole food of what to eat. You can't overeat broccoli or steak. And I think the key thing with these, I think the industry wants us to get into a debate about which ingredient's good, which ingredient's bad. These science experiments are designed to hijack our evolutionary biology. And I think we could replace all nutrition guidance with, a deprioritization of ultra-processed food and be in a much, much better place. I would truly recommend firing almost every single nutrition advisor in the U.S. government and replacing it with very simple guidelines.
I would say it depends on how good the steak is.
For people who might be looking at this hearing and who are learning things to their surprise, what I've always said and what I've done myself over probably the past decade is to just not eat anything that comes in a package. And would you say that was good advice?
Yeah, I think that's great advice. In an ideal world, we'd be able to adhere to that ideal. I think it's important to understand how to read a nutrition label and to gain a sense of health literacy today. I think many people are still shocked at the connection between what they eat and their health outcomes. But as a general proxy, yeah, I think it's best to shop around the perimeter of the supermarket. Most people don't realize this, but supermarkets are designed the same way. It's the aisles that contain all the ultra-processed foods typically. It's not to say that there's not good stuff in those aisles. Extra virgin olive oil, nut seeds, things like that. But the more you can keep your shopping cart tethered to the perimeter of the supermarket, the better off you'll be.
I really do want to discuss, when we get down to presentations, how can consumers contend with this? We don't all live in California where they have farmers markets all the time. And again, my belief, my hope is that consumer demand will drive greater availability. But let's move through there. But I really want to discuss that because people want to know how can I live this way? How can I live healthier? How can I obtain these things?
One thing they could do is tell their member of Congress to stand up to pharma and adjust our incentives. That's very important. I feel it's very tough for lower-income Americans who are being drugged with our food stamp and SNAP programs that go 70% to ultra-processed food, and then Medicaid, a completely rigged program that jumps right in to profit from their sickness. So we do need top-down change, and we need to make this an issue with our members.
Next. by the way, I would definitely vote for those types of reforms to the SNAP program. Absolutely, and healthier food. Next presenter will be Brigham Bueller. Brigham is the founder and CEO of Ways to Well, a healthcare company that provides personalized preventative care through telemedicine. With a strong background in the pharmaceutical industry, Brigham is focused on making healthcare more accessible by harnessing the power of technology to deliver effective and tailored treatments. His vision for improving health outcomes has positioned him as a leader in modern, patient-centered healthcare solutions. Brigham.
Thank you for the introduction. I'll start with this. I've heard so many times the healthcare system's broke. The healthcare system's broke. And I want to be clear as day. The healthcare system's not broke. It's rigged. And we're the ones fitting the bill. If we look at what's happening in this country and we look at the chronic disease crisis that we're facing, and you peel back the layers to the onion, you realize that the cost is much more than the dollars and cents. And we could get into the dollars and cents. I could tell you that healthcare is the #1 budgetary concern for the federal government at 25%. It's in the top. It's the #1 budgetary concern for most states. It's the #1 reason for bankruptcy in our nation for individuals. But the costs are much more dire than that. They're paid in human lives, loved ones, friends, and family. As the brother of a victim to the opioid crisis, the son to a victim of the diabetes crisis, and a sibling to a victim of the mental health crisis, I can tell you that the stakes are not only real, but they're personal. And I would implore you, next time you have the privilege of having dinner with your family, look around the table and ask yourselves, when you look into their eyes, what you would give to have another year with that family member, another month of health and happiness and joy and memories and moments. Because that was something that was taken from my family during the opioid crisis. This is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democrat issue. This is a humanity issue. If we really truly want to address the chronic disease crisis in this country, we have to start by preventing these diseases from occurring in the first place. In medicine, we often say that to properly treat or prevent a chronic disease, we must first understand the root cause of that disease. I believe the same principle applies to business and politics. To truly grasp what is driving chronic disease epidemic, we must understand the root cause of the crisis. There is a cancer in our healthcare system, and it is insidious and spreading rapidly. That cancer is big industry, a broken system fueled by corruption and collusion. We cannot treat what we refuse to diagnose. I have personally witnessed physicians unable to run necessary lab tests, unable to prescribe appropriate medications, unable to even perform investigations into their patients' conditions to uncover their root cause. We hear people reference President Eisenhower's speech all the time about the military-industrial complex, but rarely do we hear the second half of that speech. He also warned us about the rise of the scientific industrial complex. He warned us if we allow the elite to control the scientific research, it could have dire consequences. The statistics and the data that we are presenting today illustrate that very nightmare. How is it that Americans are so chronically ill despite spending more on healthcare than any other nation? The answer is simple. Private industry has traded patient outcomes and public health for quarterly profits and earnings. Private interest now dominates academia, scientific research, the governing and regulatory bodies. As a result, the focus has shifted away from patient care to corporate gain. What I ask this group of individuals today is to take off the blinders and look deeper into ourselves, into our institutions, because we have a real opportunity to affect meaningful change. The data and statistics that everyone's going to share today may feel overwhelming and at times hopeless. But I want to share with everyone one final statistic. 400 trillion to 1. 400 trillion to 1 are the odds that we're here today and alive. What are we going to do with it? The time to act is now. That's it.
Thank you, Bree. I'm going to call an audible here as moderator. I saw that hopefully the future chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, Senator Mike Crapo from Idaho, came into the room. I asked Mike to share his story. He used to wear a lot larger suits. Let's put it that way. But he went down the path of ketogenic diet, I believe. But Mike, why don't you just kind of tell your story? By the way, he's somebody you want to influence. Chairman of Senate Finance. Senate Finance Committee makes an awful lot of decisions on Medicare, Medicaid, a lot of things we talked about with Ozempic now, the lobbying group try and make that available, and how harmful I think most people in this room think that might be. So, Senator Crapo, if you just kind of tell us your story in terms of your diet change and what results you had.
Sure. Is this on? Well, first of all, let me thank you. I didn't come here to say anything. I came here to listen. But I appreciate the opportunity to just have a second to tell you my personal story. I'll say before I do that, thank you for Ron Johnson. Senator Johnson's also a member of the Finance Committee, and it is my hope that we can get that committee, which I think has the most powerful jurisdiction, particularly over these areas of any in the United States Congress. And so I'm hopeful we can get a focus on addressing the government's part of the role.
Send them home. Hit the like and subscribe button.
I've met some of you. I have listened to more of you. Max, yours was one of the first podcasts and first books that I read when I started this journey.
Wow. You probably knew how to pronounce his name properly.
What'd you say, Ron?
You probably knew how to pronounce his name properly, actually.
Peace out, guys. Hit the like and subscribe button.
To all of my kids and other people like